Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the latest episode of the Hard Compound Live. For those of you who don't know, my name's Rich, and I run and operate the Hard Compound. We're a one-stop shop for all things motorsport, and we can be found on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and these videos can be found on YouTube. So give us a search, come and follow us, come and join in the fun. We're here to share a love of motorsport, nothing else, no controversy and no nonsense, no abuse, all that kind of stuff. We're just here to share a love of motorsport, and we do that in the form of 3 written articles every day. These go out about 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 8 p.m. UK times. And we cover all forms of motorsport, from F1 to IndyCar to sports cars, rallying, bikes, touring cars, and everything in between. And we do this in the form of race reviews, race previews, throwbacks, birthdays, breaking news, any livery reveals, and anything else that's going on in the world. We try and cover it as best we can. So come along, join in the fun. As I say, we're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. In case you hadn't noticed, we also do live video interviews just like this one. And just like this one, these go out on our Facebook, our Twitter, and our YouTube only. They're automatically saved in the live section of the YouTube page and the video section on the Facebook channel. Excuse me. We've done well over 180 of these chats, which is amazing. And I'm not going to name all of the guests that we've had because I can't. I'm just going to give you a little cross section of who has been on in case you want to go back and watch them. We've spoken to the likes of Mr. Mario Andretti and Jackie Ickx and John Watson, Hans Stuck, Brian Redman, Jackie Oliver, Mike Wilds, guys who have raced in IndyCar, F1, sports cars. People that have won Le Mans, people like Takuma Sato, Mika Salo, Martin Donnelly, Ari Lyondike, Max Gertz, Tommy Byrne, David Brabham, Stephanie Hansen, Derek Warwick, Eddie Cheever, Karen Chandhawk, Mark Shearer, Derek and Connor Daly. We've spoken with Peter Solberg, Malcolm Wilson. You get the idea. So we've been very fortunate to have some great guests on. Do go and check them out, but don't do it just yet because we have got a fantastic guest joining us. I'm very excited to hear what our guest has to say. He's had a remarkable career. With a view of motorsport from a slightly different angle as an engineer, designer, team owner, etc. So very much looking forward to this. Lots to cover, so I'm going to stop my rambling and we're going to bring him in. Please join me in extending a very, very warm welcome to Mr. Nick Wirth.
Good evening.
Nick, good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I've just mislaid my coffee. There we are. I'm very well, thank you, Nick. Very well. Firstly, thank you very much for coming on and doing this. I know how busy you are. You've just hopped off of another meeting. So thank you very much for coming on and having a chat.
No problem at all. My pleasure.
Fantastic. I'm just going to wet my whistle. Just before we get into everything, I can see there's loads of you tuning in already. Lots of you in the comment section already. If you do have any comments or questions for Nick, do type them in on your chosen platform in the comment section, and we'll work them in as we go. I can see Facebook and Twitter and YouTube are all working, so that's great. So thank you everyone who's already tuning in. There's nearly 100 of you already, which is terrific. Right. That's the housekeeping done. Firstly, Nick, how has 2025 started? You were fizzing with excitement when we were off air, and I know you can't mention anything, but
yeah, 2025 is a really exciting. It's been a tough few years. Getting through COVID. Was probably going to be part of the story actually, but getting through COVID was a challenge, and it's kind of been quite a slow recovery from that for us. Some steps forward, some steps backward, but sometimes like, times in war and when your back's against the wall, sometimes you do your greatest work. And for me, I think we'll look back in history and say probably the last couple of years are probably going to be up there amongst my finest hour. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
I've been in a purple patch. Kind of mentally, with the business, and my personal life and bits and pieces, which are just been explodingly creative, and that's partly to do with the people I work with. I've had the joy of starting to work with family members, so particularly my son, who is very deeply embedded in the business, and has been since he left university, which was right at the beginning of COVID. So that's quite a story in itself. But that wasn't part of our grand plan. My plan for my two amazing kids was, we've got a kind of interesting business and they watched my career from a distance, but it was very much, why don't you go out and into the world and see how proper companies work, not how crazy runway crazy guy works, which is what they've seen for their entire life. But my daughter absolutely achieved that by going off and becoming an intern and then doing 5 years at Apple.
Wow.
So chosen one out of sort of 3,500 people who applied for this job just at the beginning of when Apple TV was coming on. So she's ticked the box there in terms of working with the biggest company in the world in her chosen thing. And it's been wonderful to have her helping with marketing with us, and that's part of the reason things have been going from strength to strength. And then with Ben, it was very much a case of he was graduating right at the time that COVID came in, so he was finishing his masters at Bristol, and March came and locked down with us. And had to do his exams online and bits like that, and him and a load of other people who had all sorts of options of working in the aerospace cluster down in the Bristol area, found themselves without the possibility of a job, and it would just so happen that we were picking up, and we were managed to get through COVID, and there was a lot of work that came as a result of that, and we just needed help. And he'd been through the training process over the years, and I can't remember. He always laughs, but I think he'd done like 7 consecutive summers at Wirth Research and been composites department, learned how to assemble things, worked in R&D, worked on UAVs for Lockheed Martin, been proper CAD training and bits and pieces like that, just because that was a summer job, and obviously that made him kind of the ideal person to just slot in and help. And it was just going to be for a few months, and here we are almost 5 years later, kind of running the aero department and absolutely killing it. And it's just great. So there's lots of reasons to be really excited about 2025.
That's fantastic. I mean, see the pride in your face with with what your kids are doing, and
it's the greatest joy.
It's
the greatest joy.
Absolutely. And I just think it was quite nice you said that it was a summer job. My summer job before, when I finished university, was pushing trolleys around Sainsbury's car park and stacking shelves when I came. So he's definitely started in the right area. Nothing wrong with Sainsbury's, by the way. I wouldn't say there's nothing. No.
They're our biggest air door. They're our biggest customer for air door. So we love Sainsbury's.
There you go. Absolutely nothing wrong with Sainsbury's. Sorry, I've got a fly buzzing around. Excuse me. There we are. Sorry. No, that's wonderful to hear. Now, obviously, you do all kinds of various, research and engineering and technical stuff. But obviously, we're here for a motorsport side of things, which obviously
excellent. About time we talked about motorsport.
It's a huge part of what you've done, and I know you were a fan first, but
I still am.
Yes, absolutely, and I want to come to the modern day stuff a bit later. because it's dividing opinion between fans of a certain TV show, which I don't watch. Drive to Survive or something. But what I'd like to do is go way back to the start, if I may. I mean, obviously you've always had an interest in the engineering side of pretty much everything, I guess.
Since I was 4.
I mean, where did that start, and where did the motorsport bit start?
Lego.
Yes.
Lego. Lego. It started and ended with Lego. I was given various things as a child. I'm the youngest of 3, so I've got 2 elder sisters, and we had just moved from London. My father's job meant that I'd moved down when I was like 2 years old, down to Sevenoaks. I had 2 elder sisters, busy family, and I seemed to be very happy minding my own business, constructing things out of Lego from an early age, and that just continued for quite a long time, actually. In fact, I'm sure there are various people who've worked at Wirth Research who will remember piles of technical Lego in the drawing office being used even up till quite recently. But no, it was Lego, and then it quickly got on to using Lego as a language. So it's like I would see something on TV, something mechanical or whatever, and it would be like, right, I need to try to recreate that. Like I was fascinated with tractors and diggers and things like that. So it's like, okay, well, a JCB excavator looks quite interesting. Why don't I try and build a JCB excavator out of Lego? And this was way before technical Lego. So it's like, well, JCB excavators have like hydraulics and Lego. And it's like, well, Mum, can you go to the chemist and try and buy some syringes? Because I reckon if I get some syringes and I fill them with water, I might be able to connect them with this fish tank stuff. And then, and like doing stuff. So, I would take into the class this backhoe, which was push a lever and the thing would go up. And this was like when I was like, I don't know, 7 or something like that. And
wow.
Class was like, oh my God. And so it was a method of like, oh, that's interesting, let's try and do that, or and it very quickly then just got to the point where I would look at something and I'd know that I'd be able to do it. So you'd look at something and think, okay, how would I do that in Lego? And I wouldn't. It gets to the point where I'd do it enough times. It's like the old 10,000 goal shots.
Yeah.
And then you would just recognize patterns and say, yeah, I can do that and I can't do that. And then it just got to the point where there's not a lot I can't do. And then teenage comes along. So I did well in my was very lucky to do well in my 11 plus. And I got a so in Kent the education system was such that at the time that there was so much money around in the time that if you did very well in your 11 plus, you could get a scholarship, and if you did extremely well in your 11 plus, you could get a full scholarship for any school in Kent. And so I did extremely well in my 11 plus. To my school's surprise, because I didn't really focus that much on school, because I was much more interested in building hydraulic backhoes for Lego or whatever. But anyway, I think I got the highest score in Kent or whatever.
Wow.
And I got a free place to Sevenoaks School. So and Sevenoaks School was interesting for me. I can't say that I was the greatest student. Because I became interested in mechanical things, which I was now allowed to operate, like lawnmowers, and then all of a sudden go-karts, and then motorcycles, and then motorcycles became really, really interesting.
Sure.
And particularly the engine side of motorcycles. So I very quickly, as a teenager, was like, right, this is really, really interesting. So might meet some older guys in the local streets around, and they'd have these kind of mopeds, and for those of around our time, there was the Yamaha Fizzy and the AP50, Suzuki AP50, Yamaha Fizzy, and all these other little 50cc bikes, and then occasionally someone would have a four-stroke SS50, which was always quite amusing because the two strokes were quite interesting, and then it was like, well, how do we make them go better? And so it would be like, right, rip these things apart, understand, go into school library, read about combustion compression ratio. Right, okay, let's try and wind the compression ratio up. Oh my God, the piston's hitting the head. You know what I mean? And then it's like, right, we need to get more airflow in and out. So what do you do? Well, there's these kind of exhaust ports and there's these funny things, and what do? Well, we better start working out grinding them out and reading up about that, and just learning about what all the amazing stuff that was going on at Queen's University Belfast on two strokes. So there was a particular cluster there where all the really good two-stroke bikes were and the expansion chamber. The development of expansion chambers were done, were coming out of there, and the obsession with engines became absolute. And then once you've gone on, it was then very quickly approaching cars, and then cars, it's like, right, okay, let's get So my first car, believe it or not, was a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. I mean, a 17-year-old with a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. The rear brakes didn't function at all. I don't want to tell you, confess to the audience completely about how much time I spent driving a car before I was actually legally allowed to. But if I told you that I passed my driving test 2 days after my 17th birthday, first time, that might give you a clue.
Right.
My lecture will be well, and then, of course, within 2 hours of passing my driving test, the clutch failed in the Dolomite Sprint. So it's like, oh my God, my mates with ropes trying to change the clutch. And engines. And then it was right, what degree, get through school, didn't enjoy school, just about got the grades. I did absolutely zero revision for my A levels, literally zero. I remember getting screamed at by my maths master because I was drinking at the local pub. Those of you who know Sevenoaks, I would frequent the Buck's Head, and he caught me drinking with my mates the day before, further maths A level or whatever. So that didn't go down well. Anyway, where I ended up was University College London. And that was a mecca for internal combustion engines. My tutor, Chris Nightingale, Dr. Chris Nightingale, was a real world-class authority, particularly on the fuel side of internal combustion engines, fuel injection and bits and pieces like that. And basically, I had arrived at heaven. That's where it all came from, really. And funnily enough, when you arrive in heaven, God knows how many days I missed off school and how many times I was suspended for missing school because I was off on bikes and God knows what. But I never missed a single lecture at university, right. Because nobody made me. I guess it's kind of this authoritarianism streak in me. It's like, if you must go, but I just loved every single one, and that went well. I managed to get a first there, and won the prize for the best final year thesis from the Institute of Mechanical Engineers, and that was with Brian Hart. Oh. So I was so interested in engines, I didn't really understand, or it didn't seem to me that people fully understand how four-valve engine flow worked. And there was a kind of prevailing theory that you had a four-valve engine, had the two intake ports, and what would happen is the flow would go past the intake valves and form two contra-rotating vortices inside the. So you're looking down on the piston, and you've got two vortices, and basically the theory was that the piston move up, the intensity of the vortices would increase, and the spark plug would be in the middle, and that would set it all off. Right. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's the case, why do you have such extreme port angles? So I Chris knew Brian Hart, I met Brian Hart, and Brian was like, well, that's what Keith Duckworth did, so that's what we have. And it's like, okay, well, why don't we do an experiment where I'd like to take one of your engines and do something where we do a study of different port angles in this 4-valve head. And that was my final year thesis, and I built this rig with all these bits and pieces in, and lo and behold, I found out that the summary of the thesis was actually the whole world's wrong, and that's not how 4-valve engines work. And I think that was really fun. Like that moment when I wrote this paper, going, well, actually, what's happening is this flow is coming in on the downstroke, and the flow is coming in, it's attaching to the back wall, and the flow structures we're seeing in there. The only logical conclusion is that when the piston reaches the bottom, you've got such strong flow, you actually cause a tumbling flow in the cylinder. So instead you've got the cylinder. Here we go, Pepsi can, and we thought we had these vortices, and actually what you have is a tumble vertically. And the IMechE seemed to like that, and that was really interesting. But by then I had been hooked by the dark forces, which were the chassis people.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's another story, but I've talked too much, so I'll let you
No, absolutely not. I mean, as I always say on these, no one tunes in to listen to me. So the more I mean, I've just seen there's a comment in here from Vitolda Marasevska. She said that she actually remembers Chris. She was at Brunel and Imperial College, and she just said nothing beats proving. He said nothing beats proving something that nobody believed was right. Absolutely.
I love it. I live for it.
What a result. I mean, just to be able to come out of something and say, sorry guys, what you thought was happening.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, at this stage it wasn't, I hadn't got a reciprocating flow rig. This was all done later, right? I hadn't got a reciprocating flow rig. I hadn't done it in CFD. It's just the conclusions from the report, and it was just a really interesting piece of work. I'm still really proud of it now, actually.
Absolutely right. You should be.
It's pretty cool. But unfortunately, by then the chassis guys had got me, and whilst I still loved, my time with Honda, which we'll probably touch upon. Back with the engine geeks was great, but the chassis guys have got their teeth in, claws into me, and I never got away from it from there.
Right. I mean, now I must admit, there is a comment from the same person there who just said, "Oh, chassis." Now we're talking more, please. We are going to come on to that. As I said, this was the bits that I like. I mean, you can probably see I don't know if anyone can see which engine is on here. This is that would be the DFV. I much as I love an engine, I've always liked aerodynamics and pretty things that make the air kind of. I've always liked that from when I was a kid. I didn't have the intelligence to pursue it. We've got more people saying more on chassis. Yes, folks.
Don't worry about it.
We are so covered here.
You're with the right guy on chassis. Don't worry. You're in safe hands.
How long have you got, folks?
Don't worry.
This is great.
What do you want to know?
Just quickly, I mean, obviously, you said this was all done at college and amazing thesis proof, things like that. I did read actually somewhere. I mean, you sent me some interesting links and stuff, which I've watched, and I've read up on other things. There was a link already with March, wasn't there?
Well, that's in a nutshell. I'll make it really, really quick. I had a really, really good pal at university and he's still a pal to this day. His name is Mark Hurd, and his father was Robin Hurd.
Yes, that's it.
And,
I knew that.
And basically, the bottom, in a nutshell, Robin had found this guy Adrian Newey, and Adrian Newey, this guy Adrian Newey, and all of a sudden Robin had suddenly discovered that he didn't have to do all the work, and that Adrian was. So Robin could just like let Adrian get on, have the odd meeting with him, and brilliant Indy cars would come out. And basically so they were looking for someone else, and Mark said to his dad, there's a guy in university who I think you need to talk to. And by the way, Mark was a friend of mine, and he never told me anything about who his father was. He was just a friend, right? So I didn't know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And I think he said to his dad, "You better get in quick, because I think he's an engine guy." So he said one day he came up to me, he goes, "Do you like cars?" And I said, "Stupid question." And he said, "But like the car, he said, because my dad's got a racing car company." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, and he'd really like to talk to you." And I'm like, "Sure. Who are they?" I really wasn't. I mean, my interest in, I was interested in engines, and the only other thing I was interested in was rallycross. Right? I loved rallycross, so I never lived, and I'd become obsessed by rallycross, and this dude who I went along and watched with a load of mates called what was his name? The guy with the X-Track. Forgotten his name.
What kind of time was this? Was this the?
It was in the, he had the crikey. This is really bad. He was he had the X-Track Ford, and he was racing. Is the X-Track Ford? Come on, your audience on that. Martin Schenker. Martin Schenker.
I was going to say, was it Martin Schenker in the RS200?
No, forget the RS200.
This was pre.
This was pre-200. So basically, if you were doing anything in rallycross, you basically had to have a 900 horsepower Porsche with four-wheel drive. Those were the winners. And then like the Audi Quattros came along. But then this bloke rocked up with literally a Ford Escort. Yep. But he had a secret weapon, because he had this bloke called Mike Endine, who was like a genius transmission designer, and he then got this super tricky adjustable four-wheel drive system, gearbox designed by Mike Endine, and couple that with, I don't know who did the engine, but it was a four-pot with some windmill on it, which created like 1 million brake horsepower.
It was ridiculous, wasn't it?
The other thing that was obvious to me as watching it was that he was the first guy to actually figure out that if you wanted to go quick in rallycross, you actually needed something called suspension travel, right? Because all these Porsches had about like 2 inches of suspension travel, and Schenker in this car would just fly, just glide with the wheels. Like if you watch nowadays, it's just been so interesting kind of watching how rallycross and as drifted into rallying and watching how off-road racing, like the Baja stuff and all this stuff, and it's like, guess what, guys, if you want to go fast over bumps, you need travel. And watching these amazing Baja things going at like 90 miles an hour with the wheels flying all over the place, and the guys just sitting there. And any of you guys who watched Schenker in those early 80s, before he got the RS200, I mean, he was just light years, and he was such a showman. He used to hang out and his car, like on the overrun, they used to try an anti-lag, and it would be like 10 foot of flames out the back, and little Ford Escort, and he'd got all these amazing Porsches, and he would just kill them. I just loved that. I loved it. Love that shit.
He was brilliant.
But that was me. It was that kind of racing, lots of the engine side, and kind of was interested in Formula One vaguely because it was on BBC. I watched James Hunt and all that lot, but that was about it.
Yeah. Just quickly on the rallycross, of all the people that I've had on here, only one rallycross driver from that era, and it's staggering. Given that John Welch lives about 20 miles down the road from me. Yeah. But I had from Cyprus, Mr. Dimi Mavropoulos. I don't know if you remember him in the black Audi Quattro.
I do.
Dimi was on. Love that guy. I absolutely love him. He was great. He was great.
But for any of any of the guys watching the channel, any of those who were at Brands Hatch in those years when Schenker was, it was just magic.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
you were watching. It was like watching Usain Bolt run at 9. You knew that you were watching, and it was a changing of the guard. There was new technology. This was a new way. You know what I mean? I've seen it a few times in my career, but it was just like, this is really special.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to comment here. John Welch also ran the same Escort, didn't he? He did. He ran an Escort before he went to the Astra. But I mean, I was a bit later. I was kind of more late 80s. I remember going, it was like Will Gollop and Mark Rennison and all those guys. And then whenever Martin Schenker rocked up, as you say, it was just, wow, look at this.
Anyway, come on, let's talk about circuit racing, because your people are going to get bored of mud.
We've got a bit of rallycross. We'll come to rallycross another time, folks. Don't worry. Will Gollop, yes, all those guys. Circuit racing. No, March. You ended up
March
essentially with the Leighton House team.
Correct. So very simple.
Brilliant looking cars.
Yeah, very simple. The craziest, like you don't make shit like this. Doesn't happen nowadays. But like I go to the interview. So Mark, wind the clock back. Dad wants to meet you. Right. Go out. Navigate my way out in my I think it was at Alphasud by then. Alphasud, it was rotten. The Alphasud, the Sprint Veloce. I really used to like that car. Absolutely glorious Boxer 4. Anyway, found my way out to Bicester, wherever the hell that was, and met Robin and met Dave Reeves, who was the managing director, and they were so smitten that Dave said that they wanted to employ me there and then, like I needed to leave university, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I'm maybe slightly conflating it, not conflating it, but like one end of the summer job. So I worked with Tino Belli, who was the head of aerodynamics he's now in charge of IndyCar, all the IndyCar stuff. So Tino was my first boss. So he had worked with Adrian. Adrian had left. I think he was gone off doing Beatrice or whatever he was. He was somewhere, but obviously on his way back eventually. So I worked and did some of wind tunnel testing on the March IndyCars with Tino. Just took to it like a duck to water. Absolutely loved it. He and I got on like house on fire, and I was still friends to this day. They wanted me to leave. I said no, because I wanted to give my parents. I knew I was on for first, and I hadn't really, apart from the 11 plus, I really wanted to do it just for my parents.
Sure.
Just to sort of thank them for being the loving, supportive parents that they always were. And I was also kind of interested in this Brian Hart project, so that was all good. So there we go. Middle of that, I get a phone call saying, well, you're not going to be working for March, you're going to be working we've set up a new Formula One team. I mean, I'm in the middle of like my finals, like, okay, fine, whatever. And we've hired this guy. Your boss is going to be, it's not going to be whoever Alan Mertens was. So he was in charge of the head of the DO design office. So Tino and Alan were kind of my two bosses when I was at my summer job. It's right. It's not going to be them. It's this guy, Gordon Coppock. You're really going to like Gordon. They haven't got a wind tunnel model. Gordon's trying to put one together. They've got a wind tunnel test booked. When do you finish your exams? And I'm like, what do you mean, when do I finish my exams? What day do you finish your exams? Well, okay, economic schedule, Monday, whatever, Monday. They said, right, okay. And then it's like a day later, right, we're booked in Tuesday, Southampton University Tuesday. So literally, I finished my economics module on Monday, screamed down from the University College London back to Sevenoaks, gave my mum and dad a hug, packed my bags, straight off to Southampton, and I'm testing the very next day with the first wind tunnel model of the Leighton House March car in '87, which was basically their Formula 3000 car with the F1 engine stuck in the back, and with this,
the engine was too big, wasn't it? It stuck out.
Yeah, exactly.
That,
And with Gordon standing there waiting for me, going, "Oh, it's great to meet you. I've heard so much about you. What do we do?"
Okay.
Literally, and that is literally what happened. So I rocked up. Wow. I am the aerodynamicist. I've literally finished my exam after. There's a couple of model makers there who've put this model together. There's Gordon, and it's like, what do we do? So I said, this is what we do, and off we went.
Wow, that amazing. You sort of, as you said, that just wouldn't happen. You know, walk out of uni. I mean, it's basically the equivalent of like the modern day. It was like a new team. It's the equivalent of walking out of uni and walking into Cadillac, the new F1 team, straight off the bat.
Yeah, but walking to Cadillac, and you're the only guy.
Yeah.
And the technical director of Cadillac is standing there going, "I've heard a lot about you. It's great to meet you. What do we do?"
Help.
Well, not help. It's just go do your shit.
Wow. Well, we never said that. Ivan Capelli who drove the car. Yes, it was. I remember.
Yeah.
So,
then Adrian came along. So Adrian came along. So I just kind of first of all got the car so it could actually it had I don't know, terminal understeer, terminal oversteer, because like whatever was wrong and the wings were stalled. So the early stuff for me was just like fixing the complete obvious fuck ups, and getting the car so that they could actually kind of get some kind of a balance on it. And then I started thinking about, and then you know, they said, "Oh, we've got Adrian coming back," and it's like, great, you know, I've heard a lot about this guy, can't wait to meet him.
Yeah.
And then one day he just and Gordon got me and came in and said, "This is Adrian. Adrian, this is Nick." Adrian said, "Heard a lot about you. This is great." He said, and he basically said, "Have a look at this." And he kind of unrolled this set of drawings, which was an early set. And he said, and I said, "Well, I'll get that. I'll get on that straight away." Cut a long story short, Adrian was used to going down Southampton because it was his tunnel, like it's the RJ Mitchell tunnel and bits and pieces like that, and you know, and Tino, and the awesome thing about Adrian and I was that within one wind tunnel test, there was just this meeting of minds, and I think, you have to ask Adrian, but Adrian just sort of went, "Well, thank fuck for that." Like, in other words, I'm not going to have to do this all myself, because
there's someone else. Yeah.
Tino wasn't there, because he'd obviously trained Tino and all the bits and pieces like that, and Tino was off doing designing all the Indy cars for March. There was this new 12-year-old. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh God, I'm going to have to teach another one. And like, he was just so happy to where he could just like get on with his job, because he was having to do absolutely everything. And that was just a relationship. It was just one of utter respect between the two of us from the day we started to the day we finished. I love that dude. I absolutely love him. We worked together. I've never worked with. It was just so much fun. The trust that he had in me, the trust I had in him, and you know, and like. I remember when we put the first car in, which is his first proper go at the car. It was just like he said, you know, we looked at it and it was like 2% better than, and he was like, "Oh my God!" And I was like, "Don't worry, I think there's a, you know what I mean? I think I know what the problem is, and blah blah blah, and like all of a sudden we did a few bits and pieces around the front of the end plate, and like the L over D went up like 20%. So there was an issue, and all of a sudden you could see him like, you know, and then it just started coming and just bouncing ideas off each other. You know, a lot of people talk about this tiny chassis and bits and pieces, which was absolutely his thing, because I looked at it and going, Adrian, last time I looked, I don't think the driver's feet are going to fit in there. It's like, oh, you know. And
it was so slimline. Was it because this the 881?
The 881, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely
brilliant.
You actually need to see one. You need a human being, you need to see one. I mean, if you put an 881 next to one of these modern F1 cars, it'd be like they'd think it's a wind tunnel model. But you know, Adrian, you know, bless him, you know, he was flat out trying to deal with all the mechanical stuff and bits and pieces, and just the fact that he had me, and you know, and then he was like, and I would just solve problems for him. So it's like, you know, blah 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 blah. It's like, well, we can't work out what wings to be. And I just said, well, why don't we write a program which kind of simulates a car around a track? And he goes, what do you mean a program? I said, well, you know, I came from university, I was writing genetic algorithms. What's a genetic algorithm? Don't worry about genetic, I'll do the computer stuff, Adrian. So I wrote this lap sim, and I was like, oh, this is fantastic, you know, like, you know, and then the conversation gets on where Adrian's talking about pitch sensitivity and ride height sensitivity. We're doing all these things to chassis to try and minimize ride height sensitivity. And I'm like, why don't we just get rid of that problem altogether? It's like, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, why don't we just like put an active suspension on it? What do you mean, like Lotus? No, I don't really like. This is me. I don't really like the Lotus thing.
Because you came up with it, didn't you? This.
Well, not really, but yes, but Adrian's point was he's really interested in dampers, and because IndyCar circuits are so bumpy, that ride is a huge part of, certainly in those days, was a huge part of performance. And Adrian became really expert in dampers, which is not what you would imagine, because everyone thinks of Adrian as an aero guru, but there's a lot more to Adrian than that, I can assure you.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
But I was like, well, I'll tell you what, why if I can do something where you keep your dampers and I'll just keep the spring platform. I'll do this like an active spring platform. And he goes, well, like a weight jack? I said, yeah, well, it's like a weight jack, but will be move out. He goes, right, yeah, get on, do that. That's a good idea. I love that. So I basically went on and I was doing aero. At the same time, I'm designing and drawing every single part for the March active system. So as if I didn't have enough, but you know, that's the support Adrian had. And then I think what they did at Williams was do the logical thing, which is to basically put the springs inside and, you know, just do a really nice packaging job of it. So yeah, it was great working with him. Love the dude. He deserves, he is just, we could talk for hours and hours and hours, and we used to, my girlfriend who became my wife and his wife and I used to go out, and we just yeah, he's a special guy. Love him. Everything he's done, all respect for him, and I think we'll only appreciate just how great he was. I can't believe he's not knighted.
Oh yeah, I mean,
but I guarantee that'll be Adrian, because you know you have to go through. I mean, it's just astonishing to me. You know, he is. You know, he's very good.
Yeah, I've always said in terms. I mean, this is slightly skewed, but I've always said there's sometimes in a field or in a generation or a couple of generations, someone comes along that changes the way things are done. And I thought Adrian's one of those. I relate him back to like Brunel almost, sort of. He just complete game-changing stuff, and just good at many things. Maybe not to that level, but he's just that. I don't know. Everything that kind of advances seems to have some kind of input from him.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think
You know more than I do, of course.
Yeah, no, I think he's more. He's RJ Mitchell. So what did what we had? RJ Mitchell was just an astonishingly good engineer, and guess what? He was into racing. It's just his racing was seaplanes,
Yes,
and
right.
it just so happened that we took the greatest racing designer at a time when the country faced great peril, and thank God we asked the greatest racing designer to take all of everything he learned out of racing and build us the greatest fighting aircraft of the Second World War. And if you look at all of the things that RJ Mitchell brought to the Spitfire, the elliptical wing, the super low frontal area, the liquid cooled, the surface cooled wings and bits and pieces. Those are Adrianisms.
Right.
They are Adrianisms. Adrian would be. You look at the 881. It was the tiniest shape you could squash a human being into.
Yeah.
If you pulled the straps up tight. Look at everything. Adrian's RJ Mitchell.
I love that Adrian.
And RJ Mitchell, I happen to know, is one of Adrian's heroes.
Perhaps no coincidence.
No.
Yeah. Wow. I love that. I love Adrianisms. I'm going to start using that.
Well, no, but I mean,
that's great. That's great.
RJ Mitchell is fated. It's so sad we lost him to cancer. It's so sad that he, but we laud RJ Mitchell and the Spitfire as the thing which arguably kept us our freedom, and in the same way, we look at but Adrian for motorsport is that level.
Yeah,
he's that focused. One thing is he is just absolutely relentless drive for aerodynamics. Absolutely, not just lift over drag, but like it, and it's his ability to repackage things in a way that other people don't think about. I mean, like it makes me laugh because people still don't understand how the Red Bull with the high rear ride height worked.
Yeah,
like, I guarantee you, there are very, very few people who really understand why that Red Bull, for almost so many years, worked with a rear ride height which you could, pretty much slide a small child under, whereas everything else had to run on deck. And there is a reason why, and I'm not going to tell you why.
No,
but he's very good.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously still going strong.
Can't wait to see what he does for the next set of rules.
Yes, that's what everyone. I think that's what everyone's most looking forward to. What are Aston Martin and Adrian going to come up with for 2026? What's going to happen?
Tell you what, I hope they know. Good luck to everyone else.
There you go. I'll say no more. Someone like you says that, I'm even more excited now.
I mean, obviously, I think that McLaren are going to give him a good run for the money, but there is zero chance that Adrian won't come out with something which is just pretty special.
There's going to be something. Cannot wait. Just quickly going back to March. Obviously, there was a couple of cars with Leighton House Day, and I actually had Frank Durney on here just up the road, Williams, and obviously he worked with Williams, and he said, "Did you liaise with the drivers about certain things, or was that done through the crew?" I mean, did you work with Ivan Capelli and like Mo Gugelmin in the second year?
No, that's exactly that. You're touching on exactly the reason why I left.
Oh, okay.
So here I am. the 881 came out, and everybody was astonished with it. I think there was one particular race, I think Portugal. We started putting some bits on the car, and by Portugal there was the performance of the car. Well, obviously it came out in the year where it was the famous McLaren winning everything, and
Yeah.
and I do absolutely adore that MP4.
Beautiful.
That one. It's just something about it. It's not, I obviously prefer. And the aerodynamic sophistication of the 881 far exceeds that car, but in terms of a piece of engineering and its brutal symmetry, and when you take those side pods off and everything like that, and it's the packaging job they did, it's just an absolutely glorious car. And every time I'm down at MTC, I just look at it, and it is one of my favourite cars. It's a beautiful car. But anyway, no, we started to make waves, and then really got into the 89 car, but I just was getting really, really frustrated with the fact that I was hearing, oh, well, the driver's saying this. What did it say? Can I have a look at the notes? Like, what's going on? You want me to, they're saying that the car's got, it's too it's like it's ride height sensitivity, or it's like, and Adrian was never there. So it's not like Adrian's fault, but I'm just saying to Ian Phillips, like, for fuck's sake, let me go testing. At least let me go. It's like, no, because the trouble is that, Nick, you are the aerodynamicist. Like, you're it. And now you got Adrian. This is Ian. It's like, now you got Adrian to green light your active suspension. No. Do you know what I mean? The guys are asking you questions every 5 minutes. You're here 20 hours a day. And I just, and it just got to the point where I just was and then there was a couple of times when they asked me to do a particular development, and like it came back, oh, that wasn't what the drivers wanted. Well, if the drivers told me, and that was it. And that's what caused me to start to get itchy feet. And then Robin started hearing about it, and then Robin had this idea about a consultancy, and so I left, and that was interesting because my parents went mad.
I'm sure.
Everyone went mad, and you've done what? And then I got the phone.
You were 2 years out of uni with this?
Yeah, 2 years ago. People are talking about, my God, you're getting phone calls from other teams, like my girlfriend's, other teams like trying to headhunt me in bits and pieces. The words got about, and you've left. And great. And then I get the phone call from Robin. Yeah, about that company. I've spoken to lawyers. I can't do it. What do you mean you can't do it, Robin? Now, Robin, I've handed my notice in. Like, I've gone. Relax, Nick. Don't worry. Relax, Nick. Relax. Just take down an address. I want you to meet a friend of mine. He's very, very interested. I think he can do a really good job of what I was doing. Whatever. His name's Max Mosley. Here's his address. Egerton's Gardens. Go and meet him.
Wow.
Literally never met the guy. Didn't even know. Hang on, hasn't he got a dodgy father? Yeah. And then, the rest is kind of history.
Yeah. I mean, I want to talk about very, very quickly that. Although there was something I did want to, I have to bring this up. There's a chap who follows the page who worked with March at the time called Ed Taylor. And he said that he lodged with you in your house at some point. And I said that I would bring that up before we move on. So, yeah.
My
Ed,
God.
if you're watching, there you go.
It's been a minute, eh? It's been a minute.
Yeah, because he was commenting on something.
I mean, the lodgers I've had. I mean, like we had. I don't know if he was at the house, but I shouldn't have brought his name. Max from Williams. Who's the R&D? Oh God.
Oh, Max.
Yes. He's like the top guru, like
Yeah.
Because we were at Leighton House together, and he went to Williams, and
That's bugging, you know.
yeah. Anyway, it's really annoying, and it's really embarrassing because he's a mate, and I've done that. I forgot Martin Schenker, but it's, you know, I'm 59 years old, guys. You know, give me a break. Anyway, so he was years, because he did all the active suspension at Williams, right? So come on, your readers will know. So he was like the R&D guru, blonde hair, glasses. He was one of the lodgers in the infamous house. Not infamous, it's just like all these people in this house at the end of the runway where the F111s used to take off from, Upper Hayford, wherever it was.
Yeah, opposite way. Yeah, super. So there we go. Ed, I said I'd mention. There you go. Right, and obviously you said like the rest is history. For those who don't know, this is the formation of Simtek.
Correct.
Research 89. We're talking here.
Yep.
Obviously, you and Max, and excuse me. I saw there's a chapman called Donald Hughes as well. I guess
Don was the accountant.
Oh, okay. Right. Fair enough.
Bean counter.
Fair enough. I mean, what was the initial aim of it? Was it just to? Which is a great. I don't know if that's a great question or a terrible one. I'm not.
well, Robin had all these plans, and he's fucked off out of it. So now I'm left with Max, and I meet Max, who's just awesome, and you know, and he's, and we're talking about stuff. You know, Max has a very, rest his soul, had a reputation of X.
Yes.
But for those who knew him, he was one of the greatest intellects I've met.
Right.
A polymath. I mean, he spoke like 6 languages. He was trained in physics. He read physics before he went to the bar, before he got interested in motorsport. So, you know, our meeting of minds was the physicist and the engineer, and that's when, you know what I mean, because he hadn't, you know, and the way I explained engineering and bits and pieces to him just lit him up. And the reason you make me laugh is he was like, "This is fantastic," you know. And my father had said to me on the way to the meeting, he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I'm meeting this guy, and it's about this new business that Robin got me to leave, and it was going to be like an engineering consultancy." And my father said, "Well, you need to ask for a percentage. Like, you know, you don't just want to go and, you know, if you're the guy doing all the shit." And I said, "Well, what do you suggest?" And he said, "Well, you know, have a go at 10, see where you get to." And so I had this in mind, and I'll never forget Max going, you know, this plan, and he's like, you know, and Max was like, and this was Max like, "I believe a true partnership is complete equality. So I propose we do this 50-50 from the outgo." And I'm sitting there like Clouseau's boss, trying to, you know, I just can't believe it. And I remember him going, "Right, this is great. What are we going to do?" He was like, "This is fantastic. All set. We've got. What are we going to do?" And I said, "Well, there is Ligier." And he said, "Well, what about Ligier?" I said, "Well, they're on the phone to me all the time. They are trying to steal me all the time at March." I'm like, go away. I don't want to speak to you. Now I'm left. I said, "Maybe we should speak to them." And Max goes, "Great, I know Guy Ligier. Fantastic, no problem. Fix the phone up." And he goes, and like next thing we're on a private plane out of Kidlington, flying down to Ligier. And then they go, "Great, he's here." And it's like, "Well, what else can we do for you?" And they go, "Well, we're thinking about building a new wind tunnel." And Max goes, "Well, Nick can design that for you. You can do a wind tunnel, can't you, Nick?" And I went, "Sure, I can do a wind tunnel, no problem." So there we are. Literally within 2 weeks, we had a deal with Ligier for engineering services and aerodynamic development and design of wind tunnel. And I was, at that moment, within 3 weeks, I was a millionaire.
Wow. I mean,
just like that.
It's a pretty good start. I mean, it'll do.
Yeah. And it was, and then the phone call to mum and dad was like, and you were saying what precisely?
Do you remember 4 weeks ago we had this conversation and
Exactly. Yeah. No, it was. You know,
Wow.
I mean, you know, there, but by the skin of my teeth. But it was awesome. And then it kind of went from there, because then we haven't even got on to where the real plan was, which was the next one, which was BMW. But Ligier was fun. It had its massive challenges.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But you know, designing and developing and building in that rolling road wind tunnel for them, having never done one before, and designing a rolling road. So I had to design a rolling road, and also I realised what was wrong with the RJ Mitchell tunnel, which is what got Adrian fired. So the problem with the RJ Mitchell tunnel, which is what the Leighton houses were designed in, was that they had the boundary layer control over the rolling road was just abysmal. And so basically Adrian designed a car in 1980, well, Adrian and I designed a car in 1989, and then Adrian tried to develop it because I'd left, in a wind tunnel which was just completely terrible in terms of its modeling of what should be. You should have, if you're talking about a perfect wind tunnel where you're trying to model a racing car which is running at, say, 100 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour in still air on an infinite tarmac like runway or something like that. Essentially the car comes in, you know, approaches a molecule of air floating around, and it hits it, and that molecule of air, if there's no wind, is just sitting. So, you know, it's just sitting straight above its stack of molecules of air sitting on the ground. And so therefore, if you want to have a belt with a load of wind approaching a car, which is the equivalent of a car flying into a still wind on a still day, you essentially want to have a system where you have free stream, so 150 mile an hour air all the way down, literally to scraping along the ground. And what the problem with the RJ Mitchell tunnel was that the boundary layer removal system, because basically, I'm going to get too technical for this probably, but
that's all right. No, I'm not. There's loads of comments coming in saying this is fascinating.
Get too heavy for your readers, but basically, boundary layers build up on every time you get air or any fluid moving over a solid surface. The molecules or the fluid very, very close to that surface essentially don't move, and then you get further and further away, they start moving, and the particular area where that velocity change from essentially stationary, where the air or the fluid is stuck to whatever you're, like a wishbone or an underbody, it's stuck. As you come away from that surface and the velocity picks up to free stream, that zone is called the boundary layer. And you should not have a boundary layer in a really good rolling road wind tunnel. And the one at the RJ Mitchell tunnel at the time, the 88 and particularly the 89 cars, was just terrible. And that's what got Adrian fired, basically, because the car was just so, you know, it didn't correlate to the wind tunnel. It only worked on billiard smooth tables, so like it was nowhere. And then I think it did really well at the French Grand Prix at Manicourt, where the thing was like a billiard table. Yeah. But I realised that just as I was on the way out, and so I engineered a way for the Ligier tunnel and our tunnel to get rid of that problem. I still think that probably some teams suffer from those issues. Even
that's incredible. That's really.
Anyway.
Just got people actually putting in the comments saying this is amazing, interesting, love it, not getting too technical. Someone said I'd love to meet you and listen all day. So this is great. You know?
Oh no, you wouldn't. Oh no, you wouldn't.
Amazing. Oh, people are talking about.
Oh God, you better
co-under effects.
You better be ready for the O2A story, boys and girls.
Looking ready. This is the O2A. Yes,
yeah.
So, I mean,
So come on, Simtek, let's get
I
to it.
love it.
Let's
Yeah,
get
so,
to it. So let's go fast forward.
yeah, let's
Ligier
skip to the team. I guess.
Ligier led to Max having meeting with his old pal Paul Rocher.
Right.
So Paul Rocher was the engine guru from BMW.
Yeah.
And Rocher was a cigarette smoking like me. I'm doing really well not having a cigarette in this interview, by the way. Cigarette smoking, bratwurst eating Bavarian lunatic who absolutely I absolutely adored, and Max absolutely adored. And the stories that I'd heard about the relationship between BMW and March, where the Bavarians used to send F2 engines out to March with beer stuck in, like, just gifts and bits and pieces like that. And so Rocher had this. Rocher was all pissed off that they left Formula One and wanted to get back in, and he'd got this new engine concept that he was really interested in, and it was a 12. So he had this like super compact 12. I mean, this thing was absolutely tiny. So this is in 1989, and it's like, and Max is like, we got to build him a car, and Rocher's like, I'm great, like, I've heard about this guy, like, oh my god, and like, so right, let's do a deal. So we did a deal with BMW, and I start working. So I'm working with Ligier, but the real focus is BMW. So part of the deal I did in getting the BMW, in doing the Ligier wind tunnel, was the most expensive part of wind tunnels, the rolling road, and because I did all the design and bits and pieces, I did a deal that Ligier were aware of, which was, I'm going to build you this gigantic 50% scale rolling road, but and we gave this to a manufacturing company who put it together up in the north of England. Can't remember who they are, but did a fine job. But the twist of it was that they were going to make me a little one, because I thought, well, I need to have my own wind tunnel, and I can't have a big one, so I'll just do the best. So we'll build a quarter scale. But I thought, I think I might know a way about how to make that actually sort of kind of third scale, which is where we were. So at the time we were using third scale models. So the Leighton house, the first Leighton house models that I talked about to your audience earlier, along with Gordon Coppock of the 87, the 88 and the 89 were all third scale models. 40% was Williams were the first team to go to 40% with the gigantic wind tunnel they built, which is one of the reasons Adrian was so excited about going there. Big new toy and a wind tunnel without a boundary layer. But anyway, so I then got the most expensive part of a wind tunnel, and then tried to engineer into the smallest possible space. So we crammed this quarter scale wind tunnel into a 1,200 square foot industrial unit in Banbury. And it's like, well, are you going to build a wind tunnel? Well, Ligier, it was all like welded and bits and pieces like that. We just made it out of plywood because we could, and that's all we did do. What I really wanted to do was just, like the engineering of the rolling road section and the balance was a real work of art. And again, I did a deal with the balance people, so I made a gigantic force balance for the Ligier, and we made like a baby one, and that was the deal. So I did a bit of, again, it was Ligier knew that this was happening. It wasn't like a side deal. It was all part of the deal, because Max was like, what do you need? I said, I need a wind tunnel. And what do you need? And he said, well, I can't get the whole fucking thing. I said, well, just let me get the balance. Let me get that. I'll get the rest built. And then a whole load of us built this thing, and next thing we had our own. And once Simtek had its own aero facilities, that's what allowed us to do the BMW.
Right. Right.
So the first car that we did in that tunnel was the BMW car, and that thing was absolutely unbelievable. It was there's not enough being written about it. I've got so few photographs of the model. I was moving house the other day, and I found this book which I gave my son. And your readers are probably screaming, but it's literally a book of the old Simtek pictures of when we built the wind tunnel and bits and pieces. But this,
Wow.
this was it was like high nose chassis, it was a single pillar supported wing. It was like a Leighton House, a Leighton House 881 mated to one of Migeot's later high nose Tyrrells, but earlier, and it was just.
Was it like
just,
Tyrrell
just yeah, but it was anyway. You just have to see it. It's absolutely.
I'll be round in the morning.
It was an amazing. It was a really, I mean, I knew I had a chance to build a car for BMW that was going to be, they were going to build a test team, they were going to test the engine, and then the idea was to get the board so excited that they would just green light a whole team. So I knew I was designing something, and I'm working with a BMW, I'm working on the transmission, I'm working with like the best engine guys in the world, and I'm giving it the best I can on the chassis, and the numbers, because they had a car that they kind of drawn up, and then we put this thing in, and I think we had like the L/D was like 200% better than. It was just completely crazy, and way better than anything we'd seen. And but anyway, that thing got killed.
Because they went to DTM, wasn't it? They decided.
Well, no. They were in DTM. They were in DTM, but basically, this guy did a dirty on Paul and Max. There was a board member of BMW. He did a dirty on Paul and Max, and Max always said to me, I mean, it was just a complete catastrophe for us because we were flat out building this company, building this Formula One car, backs and forwards from Munich. I got. The equivalent, think of Munich as like Mercedes HPP, right? You got, imagine you've got all those guys in Germany, and then you've got the chassis guys who's me and a few guys, but they're like, this is fantastic. We're going to see this wonderful engine because we're meant to be doing these DTM engines, but this one's been secretly built under the bench, this F1 engine, which we hadn't got board approval for, and the boss has told us to do it, and it was just so exciting, and so I didn't give a shit. It was just like, I want to build them the best car I can and show these buggers. Do you know what I mean? And it didn't happen. Interesting what happened to that guy, because the guy who did the dirty on Max and Paul, Max said, mark my words, that guy's a wrong un, and he's going to get his comeuppance. I don't know how, I don't know where, but you just do not. I'm like, how did this happen? We had a contract. He said, it's going to happen. And it did happen. And it happened in the most gloriously public way possible. Right. Because what this guy did, and everyone's going to know about this, and I don't give a shit about what happens when I hear this, but basically this guy ditched it up, decided he elevated himself up to become. You're going to start googling. Your people are going to.
There's going to be furious clicking in a minute.
Googling it like shit. Who the? So I know his name, but I'm just going to. So he was enjoyed the public life, and so he decided as a BMW in the BMW board that it would be an absolutely fantastic move if he left BMW and became the new president and chairman of the Porsche Motor Company, and was a yes.
Right, got it. Yes, okay, yes. Yeah. Wow.
Boom.
Wow.
So he does the press conference, announced as the chairman of Porsche, and BMW are like, really? You got contract, my old chap.
Are you now?
Yeah, I think you'll find he's running a paint company right now.
Wow. Oh my. Right, folks, you can be free to Google. It's fine. Wow.
He got his
I didn't
con.
realise it was that. Okay,
And he deserved every bit of that, because
got it.
that's fine. But he, all those years ago, he fucked Paul Rocher.
Yeah.
And Paul Rocher, you know what I mean, you know, and me a little bit, and Max, and like Max was right. He just said, just watch it. And Max was, he just said, I know people, and this guy is going to fuck up one day. And
it was almost like,
you know,
it was almost like,
and I remember, and I remember when it happened, I was like,
have you seen what's happening? Look at Porsche.
no, I mean, you know, like, you know, I mean, obviously it's a massive case of Schadenfreude, but like, it's like, it didn't matter at the time. It was so much water under the bridge, you know. But anyway, the bottom line is that the band who was doing, we then had to go and do German touring car.
Yes, with the M3.
Oh God, this is funny. Oh, do any of you guys know about the E36 project? Oh my God, the E36. So this is what happens when you let Nick Wirth loose on things. So it's like, okay, right, can't do this Formula One car, but we've got this new E36 coming along. There's the old E30 BMW. Your readers will know it. It looks like a taxi, and they used to call it a taxi. So it's the classic old BMW. And then the first new generation BMW was the E30
one.
The first one, instead of the square front end, it was the, you know what I mean? You know, just look at the E36, you go. And so they were allowed to bring the E36 into German touring cars. And it's like, right, let's get Nick. He's got the wind tunnel, let's get him to do the E36. So we started working on this, and I built this model of an E36, and we started going. So I started having conversations, and I'm like, what are the regulations around the fire bulkhead on the engine bulkhead? So basically, on a car, you've got the survival cell or passenger cell, fuel wells, and there's like a bulkhead, which includes where the steering wheel is, and then the other side of the engine and the other side of the bulkhead, you open up the bonnet, is you can see if you pull an engine out, you've got that bulkhead, and you can see the master cylinders or whatever, the steering column come through, blah blah blah. So
I'm intrigued with what's coming.
If you do if you've got they had this 6-cylinder engine, and it's at the front, right? And it's got, the rules are, you've got rear wheel drive, and it's the back. Like, those two don't really work in you know what I mean? Like, you don't want, you can't carry enough ballast to kind of get the weight exactly where you want it. So it's like, why do you think people, and also polar moment and bits and pieces like that, you don't want the engine between the wheels, why are Formula One cars mid-engine, guys? Duh. Well, why can't we make this? So there's one rule in DTM which is free, is that because of the fact that it's a racing engine, you're allowed to modify the fire bulkhead of the engine, and it has to have a racing transmission. You are allowed to modify the transmission tunnel. So you've got the production floor pan, you've got a transmission tunnel, and fire bulkhead.
Okay.
So you just imagine that, but they just didn't really like what we ended up with, because when they came to inspect the car, they opened the bonnet up, and they said, "Where's the engine?"
Yeah, I was going to say there's nothing there.
And we said, "Well, it's there." And they said, and essentially, like if you imagine the front pulleys of the engine were essentially at the leading edge of the windscreen.
Okay, right.
And then there is a story, and I don't know whether it's true, but apparently one of the scrutineers got in, because I had a full length underbody, vortex generators, the whole fucking lot. I mean, this thing was a monster. It was a monster. He got them to climb into the engine bay, and the other people would shut the bonnet, and the engine's in there. And then they opened the bonnet, and he said, "We can't allow this. Is just." It started with the bit where they opened the bonnet up, and they said, "Where's the engine?" Yeah. There's the radiators at the front, and there's the under tray, and it's like, and it's all this back there, and then it ended with the bit where they literally one of them got in, and the bonnet was shut. And they were going, "I'm sorry, this is too far." And BMW went absolutely fucking bananas. They were so pissed off because we had done it, but they just said it's too extreme. Now, your readers may disagree that having the engine alongside the driver might be extreme. I would disagree, because actually it was within the rules. But basically, they just said Audi and Mercedes are not going to like this. And Roche was like,
no problem.
Anyway, it didn't happen.
No.
So that was two strikes. But the E36, our E36 was crazy. I've got some great pictures of it. Was such a weapon. We actually had it. We actually had one, a full scale one, which we did full scale track testing on, and bits and pieces like that. And I think there's some film of me driving it around Banbury, just because I could, which was quite fun. I think we took it to the pub or something. It was just like the back. It was incredible. So anyway, the guys left the F1 project. They went to this Italian team, and they were called Andrea Moda.
Yeah,
they came
the
along
infamous.
And then that thing came along, and then Jean Mosnier came along and tried to get another thing going with Bravo.
Bravo, wasn't it? Yeah.
The Bravo team, and it was this and that and the other, and like it was like failure after failure. And my father just said to me, like, "Why don't you, you keep falling over because you're not, you get a phone call saying, oh, a sponsor did this or whatever. You're
not in control almost.
You take control of this, Nick." And I said, "Well, my job is actually," he said, "well, you're running a business. You've done this, that, and the other." He said, "Well, why don't you just, Dad didn't know anything. He literally couldn't wire a plug." Rest but he was a businessman. And I just said, "Fuck it.
Why not?"
I literally said, my dad said that, and I said, "Fuck it.
Let's do it. Why not?"
And that's how it happened.
Wow. Just quick, I have just seen a comment here about, I guess this is about the BMW with the engine next to the drive. It says, could it have gone to Le Mans?
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, great question.
It
was just
Keith Mail. Sorry, Keith. Thank you.
It was just such a cool fucking project, man.
Bring it back.
No. I mean, like nowadays, now the DTM's gone through some crazy eras.
Oh God, yeah.
All the bits and pieces on it like that, and it wasn't anything like that. It was compared to like anything. Like if you take that car and then you look at the E30 DTM cars, and also the cars that ended up racing at that time, the Audi, whatever. I mean, this thing was just on another fucking solar system, and I'm really proud of it. I'm proud of the work we did. It was 2 stillborn BMW cars, which I'm still. It's still part of the journey. It's still part of the journey.
Excellent. That's good to hear. I like that.
And there we go. We got to Simtek.
Yes, you got to Simtek.
That's where you wanted to get to.
I mean, well, I love hearing about all this, but I've had so many people messaging me saying, "Are you going to ask about Simtek?" I'm like, "Well, no, I was going to skip over it." I mean, obviously, Simtek was a big part for 5-6 years. I've always wanted to. I mean, as you said, we've got to the let's do it. Let's just start up the F1 team. It was late '93. It was started all coming together when drivers and whatnot, and it was
Jack Brabham
when Max joined.
Jack,
He was
Jack and David.
It was
It David believing in it, and Jack helped put the seed funding in. And
did Jack take the shares from Max or something like that, wasn't it? Or it was
no. I had all the shares. No, there was no. I always had one. Max gave me the shares. There was no. No shares were involved whatsoever. Max, Jack never received a shareholding.
Right.
We tried to sell some in the second year, which is actually what had us over. The Swiss guy signed up, and he never paid us, and we were told it would take us 2 years to pursue him in the courts.
Oh, right. Okay.
We couldn't survive 2 months, and that's what killed us in 1995, unfortunately. But anyway,
right, sure.
It was a combination of Jack, and then David's manager at the time, and Don McPherson, who is doing amazing things nowadays, helping athletes.
Saying that, the name rings a bell.
Coach with coaching and bits and pieces like that. But Don was the one who introduced me to Brent and Christina at MTV.
Okay, right.
And that's where the idea, they were just like, holy shit, and we're like, yeah, why don't you come and you can have it for free. You'd have to pay us a penny, but you do these little programs on it, etc., and the halo effect can get us people like Russell Athletic, and so that was the whole concept.
Right. I must admit, I was.
But I was pretty stoked with getting MTV.
I must admit, I'm glad you were, because
that was pretty cool, because I was only 28 or 29, and that MTV was quite a thing.
I was going to say, when Simtek hit the F1 sort of world in '94, I was 13, and I said, "Oh my God, there's a car with MTV on it!" It's like, it's the coolest thing. It was so cool.
I know, and they were lovely. The execs were lovely. Like the guys who supported it were just fantastic.
That's
really great. Yeah.
And obviously with Jack and being involved, David was the driver. I heard mutterings through internet places and things like that about the second driver. It was it Andrea De Cesaris was being mooted because he had Marlboro?
No, it was. I can't remember, but I just remember pretty early on Roland getting onto the scene.
Yeah.
And I can't remember where the introduction was from, but I don't recall there being much of a beauty parade for the second driver. I think it was kind of Roland.
Yeah.
His support from the crazy Barbara from Monaco, and that really, that support came early, which we needed. And so I don't remember there being much of a thing about it. It was kind of David and Roland. David kind of really early.
Yeah.
And then Roland, and also because of David knew Roland because of
F3,
you know what I mean. And so there was a connection there, and David's like Roland's, he's not a spring chicken, right? He's not like someone who's like a kid who's going to try and you know what I mean. We need some, we're up against it here because we knew, by that stage we knew we were up against no small matter of a Rory Byrne designed car with a Mario Ilian V10.
Yes.
And the all-conquering Pacific, who were the equivalent of Arden, who won every single championship.
They've gone,
and that was the car that I had to beat. and all that I could afford was going along to Bernard Ferguson and asking him for the cheapest version of their engine they could possibly do. So all their engines were air spring at this stage, and
Yeah.
you know, I said, well, fuck the air springs off, can't afford those. And you know, and I remember when we had the engine off, there was somebody, one of the people who came and look at it is going, it's been quite a while since I've seen a Formula One engine with distributor caps on it.
Yeah.
It had distributor caps on it.
Wow.
So it really was. It was like $1 million deal we did. I mean, it was like they were like sports car engines, and like they were just literally so detuned and everything. Because that's all. So I was up. That was my engine, and I was up against Mario Ilian's, you know, proper V10 with the best team in Formula 2, and look at Pacific's record, Keith Wiggins.
Yeah.
And
they blew everyone out of the water.
You know, they had, you know, very competent drivers, and everyone was like, this kid has no fucking chance whatsoever. And I took them down, and it was just fantastic. It was so much fun to do that, because they just could not believe it, couldn't understand it. And I didn't give a shit about anything else. We'd made it, we were in, we had empty, and my competitors were going home every single fucking race. And that was just great.
Yeah. I mean, which is terrific. I mean, I just want to talk about the actual car itself, because I still maintain it's one of the most beautiful F1 cars I have ever seen. I think the thing about it was the lines. I mean, as a 13-year-old, a purple car comes out. It's got the lines that it had, the plunging nose on it. I looked at it and just went, I love this already. How? Because I didn't know all the ins and outs about engine, whatever. I was 13, but I looked at it and thought, wow, that looks fabulous.
Thank you. I'm probably one of the last people to be able to say, but like every single like aero surface of that came from my CAD station.
Did it? Well,
I literally sat through like the whole damn thing. So yeah, and you know, the look and bits and pieces like that. I was particularly obsessed with trying. I knew that we were going to go in a certain direction, and I was really, really focused on this, what is nowadays fairly straightforward, but like the front suspension, which was a bit of a thing, because I wanted to get the front wishbone up out of the way, and we were the first guys to put it at axle height. So if you look at a 941, you'll see that this front suspension layout is exactly the same as what everybody's doing nowadays, albeit they use different. They use different. They use reverse camber change on the geometry, which means they can put the mount higher, etc., etc. But that was kind of interesting doing that, and trying not to get a situation where you couldn't turn the wheel through the high-speed corners because of friction and bits and pieces. So that was kind of a little bit of a focus for me. But you know, at that stage, it was just really trying to. I'd done it all before. I'd done it for the Bravo. It was just trying to adapt what you know, put this new engine in, and then really spend all the time just trying to get the team, hire a team manager. I mean, I had my race engineer Rod Nelson. So Rodders came on board. He'd been engineering Johnny Chicotto out in DTM as we were doing that, and then we dragged him back. So he was going to be one of the engineers, and then I found the wonderful and highly eccentric Humphrey Corbett as the other engineer, and the late great Charlie Moody was the team manager, and what an amazing he was. Started putting the team together, but it was just this impossible story. Yeah. This impossible story, you know what I mean? And and it just made it so sweet. We were absolutely written off, absolutely no chance.
Yeah, and that's
And
something
that's,
I do.
that's,
That's something I do remember again as a 13-year-old. Some people, it was the first time I think it was in the Autosport magazine, which obviously was the Bible at the time. I remember just reading it, and someone was just saying, you know, they were giving like predictions for the season. I don't know who was doing it, and they just said about the Simtek team, and they said, "Oh, well, we don't know anything about it." There obviously is a. I remember that there was the term skeleton squad. I think was in there, and it basically, as you said, it pretty much wrote the team off before a wheel had been turned. Which I was, even as a 13-year-old,
ask me the difficult questions. Let's talk about the difficult weekend.
Yeah, I mean, just to proceed that, I mean, obviously you knew it was going to be tough with the engine that you had and everything that was going on. I mean, you qualified one car in Brazil, both on the grid in Aida in the
I mean, you know, you talk about Roland and bits and pieces, but like he was so pissed off with himself,
right,
in Brazil. He was so pissed off with himself in Brazil
because he hadn't qualified.
Because he hadn't qualified, and you know, and David had, without, you know what I mean, and you know, and he just could not get his head round the fact that he was losing all the time in the low speed corners. You know, like, you know, Japanese F3000. You know, there's lots of bloody high speed tracks there, not least of which is Suzuka.
Yes.
And so anyone who's a demon in Japanese 3000, you can be pretty sure is going to be fairly brave when it comes to high speed corners. But it's just like, how the fuck could I be losing half a second? You know, you just look at the data, and so there's so many awful things that we're going to talk about, but
yes,
just his happiness and face. And also because it wasn't a track that he knew. That wasn't an advantage, because it wasn't, you know, like it was this weird one and some rich guy had built it and all the
it wasn't one of the classic stories.
Yeah. Exactly. But you know, it was just, you know, and also it was kind of bittersweet because I never really had much of a relationship with Keith Wiggins,
right.
But I just knew how devastating that was. To have that we got that they'd just gone that whole way and they just were going home. They didn't even race. It was, you know what I mean. And I just cannot. I was sad for him. It's really weird, you know. What do you mean you're sad? You know, you got both cars in. You'd be happy with one. No, of course I wasn't. But there was this human side, and it's not, you know, and it's not because he was nasty. You know, it's just like I kind of wish that didn't have to happen. I mean, I wanted to beat him, but the thing I want to say is I cannot. At least Roland died having done that. Like if you could have seen the weight come off him, he finally achieved his childhood dream.
He was going to race in.
Finally got, you know what I mean, all this pain and all things like that, and I just, it was orgasmically wonderful to see this guy who'd become your friend.
Yeah.
I mean, and David was egging him on, and David was trying everything he could to, you know what I mean, and they were both, it was just like this team brotherhood, you know what I mean, we've done it, they're going home again. I felt sad about it, but it was just this thing, and then Imola. Yeah,
which
but that moment, you know, he's up there, he's looking down. That moment, that was a moment that he had, you know what I mean, and it's and the whole way I think about Roland is different because of that moment. And anyone who was there and knew him, and if you ask David that question again, he would tell you about this explosion of lightness. It's almost like, you know, like a scene from one of these Marvel films, like where you know, Thor suddenly starts eyes,
Yeah.
sparks flying, and that's what Roland just.
He was just buzzing.
It was just fucking great.
That's lovely. That is, I mean, I did speak to Dave. I don't know if you see this is David actually in Brabham here. Picture sent me, and he when I spoke to him, he said that that's how he remembers Roland from that moment. Okay, I mean, I guess elephant in the room. We mentioned Imola, and we said we're okay to talk about things, and I understand how difficult it is to talk about that weekend. I mean, it's bad enough for people with my kind of age. I said I was 13 at the time, and I remember vaguely Elio De Angelis leaving us in '86, but nothing really since then. There'd been some accidents and things. Rubens obviously had his accident on Friday, and that shocked a lot of people because the deceleration on that was.
Do you know? The first thing I'll say about it is, and anyone who's there is like, and I am much more enlightened human being at 59 than I was when I was 29. But and my father, who was an orphan, was brought up by spiritualists. I didn't even know this until after he passed. He passed when I was 30, 29 years ago, rest his soul. But there was a bad karma at Imola that weekend, and it was in the air. I am telling you, from the moment we rocked up, there was something wrong.
It didn't feel right.
I am not exaggerating. This is not human beings like reverse engineering to make it. I am telling you, there was a bad fucking karma. It was just something in the air, and then that Barrichello crash was really bad. Like Sid had to spark up. You know that he swallowed his tongue and
yes, he had to. Yeah.
He literally had stopped. His heart had stopped. He'd swallowed his tongue. He was essentially dead. Sid got his thing out and fired him up. And that was the first one. And everyone was like, holy shit, that was a bad one. And then Roland. So Roland, we didn't know. We saw that it was. I knew it was. We were really, really close at the end of qualifying, and it was really touch and go if he was going to make it. David was in, and it was like, come on, you can do it. You've done it. What the fuck? You know what I mean? And I think David had almost pulled up, and it was in, and it was just, I think he was down to, on his last set. I mean, my memory is really vague at this point, but I just remember him going through. I remember the crash, seeing it on TV. Oh, Roland's crashed in bits and pieces. And then, the cameras keep rolling and, oh, this doesn't look good. And they really didn't understand how to do things at those stages because they just kept the camera on it. And
which they obviously wouldn't do. Yeah.
Well, they'd learned even from the Ayrton thing, but it was the bit when you were seeing them giving him heart massage.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's really not good. But it was just such a long. So then the air ambulance came. We didn't know what had happened at this stage. He just crashed, right? And it was like, why did he crash at that point? And look at the data, and it really makes sense.
It was a normal place for a car.
Sorry? No, absolutely not. I mean, it just, like what the
crash there.
We looked at, suspension, loads of bits and pieces like that. It just wasn't looking, particularly strange. And just pouring through the data, and waiting from the hospital. What the fuck, is he okay? And my wife was there, and
you stayed at the track, obviously.
No, we're to the track. I mean, the air ambulance goes off. The car comes back. We're all like, it's serious. the guys go, Nick and Lou, just go back to the motorhome, right? There's nothing for you to do here. Like, just drop the garages. You know what I mean? Blah blah blah. And then Bernie came, and someone said, Bernie's here to see you. And Bernie walked in, and he just sat down. He reached out and held my hand, and he burst into tears. And I've never seen Bernie Eccleston cry.
Wow.
And he just said, he died an hour ago, whatever.
Yeah.
But Nick, there's a problem. We don't know. We're trying to find at the moment, but Charlie, I've just been told that there might be, that it looks like the front wing might have come off. And I'm like, what? The front wing might have come off. And he's like, they're literally looking here. The police are here with Charlie. He said, you need to get the fuck out now.
It's under Italian law,
Why?
isn't it?
He said, Nick, you designed the car, you're engineering the car, it's your team. And if someone gets killed and it's a whatever, then basically it's like manslaughter.
Yeah.
And until there's a trial where they figure out what's going on. And he said, you've got to get out now. And he said, I've got a car outside. It's fueled. Don't worry about your stuff. I've spoken to your team. He said, you and Lou, you've got to get, and you've got to drive now. And he said, do not stop because this shit's going to get ugly. And they're going to want to come after you, and I don't take a plane. And I'm like, but I can't. Oh my God, my team and the team. I'm in absolute fucking pieces. This guy has died, and then shit is my fault. Or right, I mean, what the fuck? Why did it come off? And it was just, but literally being bundled out. First of all, it was the 15 minutes of seeing Bernie just so emotional.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, but we all know, people know Bernie, but like he was hugging me and hugging Lou, and it was just, I have never seen that. No one's ever seen that.
No, I'm sure.
Find it, and it's not a beautiful moment, but it was like it was just like, but then the double whammy of trying to do that, and he timed it well because he could have just come in and you know what I mean, but because it was like trying to let that sink in and then saying, look, there's a problem.
And here's the next course of action.
That was just fucking awful, and basically, it was a pall that hung over me because the front wing did fall off the car. It should not have fallen off the car, but it took a long time to find out that the reason it fell off the car was that it had been dislodged a few corners before, and it wasn't on the circuit video, and it took video from other people to find that the Roland had a bit of an off.
You hit a curb or something.
It just, and all the evidence was there, but it was just like, why? And we looked at this thing and we couldn't. There was this anomaly in the data on this corner where it happened, and it's like, and nowadays you have GPS, you could tell, but there was just no circuit data, no camera data. We couldn't see that, and it took weeks. And so for weeks I had this pall hanging over me, like, did I do something? You know what I mean? Like, they checked the wings and whatever, but like, what the fuck happened? And that 6 weeks of thinking that I am directly responsible for this guy's death, and attending the funeral with his parents and burying your friend, this crazy dude who was trying to impress me once on a road in this hire car. I remember when I first met him, and we went around there's a particular road between Banbury and Silverstone, and some of your viewers might know it. It's called the Welsh Lane.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, there's a bit towards the end where you come in Silverstone where there's this very, very long straight, and then there's a speed camera, and then there's a dip and a left up. And basically, we were going. We were in Banbury. I lived in Whittlebury for many years, and we were going back in his Fiesta hire car, and we were on a flat out 110 miles an hour, and there was no speed camera there, so we were on as fast as this 1 litre hire car would go. And I said, Roland, watch, this corner's really tricky. And he took it wide open, and we made it. Wow. He took that corner wide open in a Fiesta hire car. I literally, it is one of the most astonishing pieces of, I thought I was dead. There is no, I mean, I've had three Nissan GTRs. I've had some awesome weapon cars, and like I think I've probably once just about made it around there, again full speed camera, about the speed Roland took it. I mean, obviously the line he took and everything was just like, you know, godlike perfection, like his racing drivers do. But oh, this guy, and what a way to die. I just it was so, you know, but like, yeah, it was tough, and the funeral was tough. The responsibility, again, I had to do the funeral when it wasn't my fault. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, it's a pretty big burden to bear. But the one that people don't really know about, which was even worse in many ways, because the Roland one was the first, and difficult to describe, was Andrea Montermini at Barcelona. Yeah. You guys, many of this audience won't know this story, understand it, or even understand it in the context. But we eventually got the second car rebuilt after Roland's death, and we got a guy, Andrea Montermini, who was a very quick peddler.
I actually met him at Goodwood last year. He's a nice chap.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but like at the time, go look at his record. You know, like again, David's going, like, this guy's proper whatever, and you know, it's just one chance. Oh my God, you know, it's the whole thing. It's the dream. You know, it's the one shot, and he went off on what is now a reconstituted turn one, thank God. So it's still proper, but the way that they had constructed the tyre barriers, there was a fatal flaw in the design, in that there was a safety at the exit road, and a change in the angle of the tyre barrier. And there was this point where if you draw a line, there's an arc through the corner, and basically he went off like that. And there was the tyre barriers coming along, and there was this 6 foot wide bit of concrete wall, unexposed. And he did a 160 mile an hour crash test into a solid wall, and it's never been done before. And the drivers were apoplectically angry.
I'll bet they were.
If you roll the footage on that, you'll see him come to a halt, and basically, because it's right. I didn't see Roland's crash, but I see this guy lose it, gets a tank slapper, and he just hits the wall, and I just can't believe, because I think he's going to hit a tyre barrier, right? I mean, you'll see the crash, but then this thing which resembles some kind of like disemboweled animal comes out spinning round, and it comes to a halt, and the camera zooms in, and this guy is lolling, just like Roland, and the whole front of the monocoque has gone. Like, it has hit the wall so hard. I think it's the hardest hit ever. Like literally, if you had a G meter on it, it'd be like 150 G hit. That car came to it. It basically crushed the entire nose box and all the way up past just to so his feet are hanging out. But everything else, I mean, he survived, but for 2 hours we thought he was dead. So he's slumped like that. We can't get him on the radio. Now they've got this procedure with all these like sheet things.
Screens.
Do you know what I mean? The air ambulance is there. I'm not joking. I had to be helped off the pit wall. I literally,
Not surprised.
I cannot tell you what that felt. I'm just like, this can't be happening. This fucking can't be happening. Like, there's no, you know what I mean? It's like, what the hell is going on? You know what I mean? And it was the same thing, you know. I'm sorry I missed out this awful bit, but you know, we'd got to back with Louise and I, you know, watching the race, trying to, you know, talking to David, do you want to race? You don't have to race before the race, you know what I mean? And David's like, look, that twat would have wanted me to race, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, well,
just back at Imola, yeah.
You are the fucking man. I love you, brother. You know, and I'm just so sorry I can't be there with you. And then Ayrton dying. It's just like, I am just climbing the walls of my hotel. I knew he died. I could just see it, and I'm just saying, Louise is in pieces. It's like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on? It's like, hello, and you know, and then you know, and it was just this constant battery, and then and you know, and of course, Ayrton's understandably overshadowed. Excuse me, guys. It's a tough one. This Ayrton's funeral, which was just, you know, I mean, he was a god. I mean, like, Ayrton Senna, like, he was so extraordinary. That guy. He has this magic that those who met him or knew him, but like he would turn up, and you know, you'd feel this electricity in the room. He was just a quite extraordinary human being. And you know, it just absolutely devastated me to see one of my heroes dying on a weekend that I've been devastated. I'm feeling like I've designed a car that's killed a friend of mine, and it's like, and then Montermini, my body had enough, and I will tell everybody now for the first time in public that these accidents have taken a toll on me, and I've suffered many years from PTSD, and
I'm not surprised.
And actually, one of the reasons I tell you that 2025 is better is because I've been treated for it for the first time. They absolutely killed me. They really took a toll on me, and actually one of the hardest ones. Sorry, I've got to get this out here. One of the hardest ones I ever had was many years later was Justin Wilson.
All right, and yeah, was it?
And if you look into Justin Wilson,
that was a real freak.
I was, you know, I was walking on water with Honda. Everything, like everything was going fantastic. Our cars were winning everything. I'd won 10 championships. I'd won IndyCar. Go through the whole lot. And I've got this obsession with this new toy of simulators and setups and bits and pieces. And I could tell you some great stories about this. We'll probably have to do another one of these. You know, I wanted a particular setup on the IndyCars, aero-wise, and Michael Andretti, who were our team, he couldn't get them, and Michael just said, "Look, you know, come and do it. Come and run Justin." And I'm like, "This would be cool. They're going to put a car on for Justin. He's a nice kid. If I give him a shot, I can, because it's the Nick magic, right? I mean, I'm pretty confident in myself, and I haven't engineered a car, and I know that this fucking setup was going to work, and it did, and it was, he was up there, you know what I mean, and everyone's like, wow, I think he qualified well, and you know what I mean, like this new guy, and then someone he pitted out sequence, someone hits the wall, and he got hit on the head, nose box, and I'm his race engineer, and I heard him die. I heard him scream. And I'm
It's all right.
He's at the track. And he has his two daughters there. And it's, you just say to yourself, Nick, if you hadn't been such a fucking smart ass and invented all of this shit and had got this young guy, he wouldn't have been in the car, and he wasn't, it wasn't your fault. And it's like, you have to deal with this stuff. And that funeral, when he came, his coffin came in with the with the Union jacket, that hit me. So I'd say this thing that I've talked about tonight, which has been difficult. If you experience, any of you guys experience really awful things in your life, sometimes you don't realize that they're still there, and they can have a really bad effect on you. And I'm not trying to, this isn't some lovey-dovey woke mental health, I'm just telling you, it really affected my life. And all of my loved ones didn't know I had it. I didn't know I had it. And actually my brain had erased it to the point where I was trying to deal with issues around COVID, around my divorce, around being diagnosed with cancer in the middle of COVID. So I had got, as if that wasn't enough, prostate cancer thrown at me. But luckily I'm minus prostate, but apart doing well. But dealing with all that lot, I tell you how bad it was. I was seeking some help. And I never mentioned any of these crashes. All of the discussion about my issues were my childhood and bits and pieces like that. My brain, when you suffer really big pain, my brain had completely erased the Andrea Montermini story, the Justin Wilson story. It just literally, like, they'd say, oh, Nick, what's happened in life? What's bad's happened in life? Well, I fell off my bicycle when I was 12, blah, blah, blah. Literally, it had erased it. I mean, like I was telling my friends of mine, just didn't even know. They didn't know about Andrea Montermini. They didn't know about the second crash. Well, he didn't die. Well, yeah, he didn't die, but yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys, if if I've been emotional. Your lovely host came to me and said, I want to go at this. You're going to deal with some sensitive topics. I've never talked about this in my life, but I hope in some way, it can help other people, because traumatic things have a habit of human beings. The only way to deal with trauma is to shut it down, bury it away, and not look at it. But it's not all bad.
No.
I don't want to drag this thing.
No.
You asked the difficult stuff, and we did the difficult stuff. One of the things that I did do, though, was I subconsciously built the most amazingly strong cars since then. And I'd love to talk about those.
Yeah, which we shall do. I just want to say, obviously, I did put on the notes that I've got here.
Thank you for your comments, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say there is a lot of love going on in the comments, and I have seen them all, even the other questions as well. But thank you, guys, as well. I'm just going to let everyone into a little secret here. I just so everyone knows, I do have my notes here, and I did put, whenever we discuss difficult things, it's there in red, and I did say to Nick, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, and you graciously agreed to. So
I said no. I said we're going to go at it, and I said I might get a bit emotional. Anyway,
yeah, but
thank you, guys.
I appreciate you talking about it. I didn't.
No problem.
No, it was that deep, but yeah, I had a wobble as well, but no, I thank you for being so open about it. As I said, I'm not here to dig really deep and into any intrusive stuff, but wow. Yeah, but that's good. And obviously, yeah, there is support out there for anyone who is struggling, if that is the case.
Absolutely.
So I mean, crikey, we've still got a bit to get through, which we will. But I obviously, just to go back to the Imola thing, just to draw a line completely under it, you're not the only person that I've spoken to who was there that has said it was just bad from the start. I think Mika Starlov I've spoken to, and Carl Wendlinger.
And please, honestly, I remember. I think the first time it was ever articulated was when we were kind of chatting after Rubens was okay. I remember there was a group and there was some other teams, and it's like it's just a bad vibe here this weekend. This is not an artifice of, it really bad. There was a fucking bad vibe there.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's.
Yeah, but then it kept going, you know what I mean? And then there was that, and then there was, I think Vendingler hit the wall in Monaco.
Yeah,
and then Max is like, and then Max said to me, right, you got to tell me how to slow these cars down, and that's how I got, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I was called Bernie and Max going like, if we don't do something, this is just what the fuck is going on.
This is going to be viral.
We are going to lose everybody. We're going to get Renault pull out, but they just can't. The boards can't deal with this. They can't deal with every time they turn the TV on, someone's fucking dying.
Yeah.
It's just like it was a really bad time.
Yeah, and as I said, I mean, at the time I was 13 at the time, and every time after that, Imola and with Carl, I've spoken to Carl about it, and he said he wasn't quite the same afterwards. Right. So, and I've spoken to people about who have had accidents, and but they said something about every time in any series anything happened in '94, you just thought, God.
Oh.
I mean, even in like touring cars and stuff, when someone rolled in a touring car, you thought, oh God, is he going to get out? And it was just an awful time. But not even. Yeah. But no, again, thank you for talking about it. I know it's not easy for us outside the road. So God knows, there was times where I nearly said, I can imagine when you said how you were feeling, but I can't imagine. So I just, yeah, we're done. Someone has just said, it was Keith Mail. Hello, Keith. Said, what was it? The next step, obviously, with what happened with Simtek and the money that didn't materialise and all that kind of thing, and then you moved on to Benetton.
It's a shame because the 95 car was awesome.
Actually, someone did ask very early on. I think it was Simon Steele. Sorry,
the 95 car was awesome.
He said, "What made it competitive?" Because I know it was kind of like a simplified version, wasn't it?
No. The 95 car. We got into our stride, and it wasn't. I had a new set of rules, and guess what? There was a brand new set of rules, and it was fun trying to interpret them.
Yeah.
And well, where does that sound familiar? That's what I love. And what I really enjoyed was Adrian and Patrick Head crawling around the back of the car, because the back of the car was the trick. And watching Adrian and Patrick Head in the rain in Argentina crawling around the back of my car, and me standing there going, "Yeah, have a look at that, chaps."
Check that out.
Yeah, that was good fun. But yeah, no, that was a very good car. It was a very good car because it had a very, very good L over D. We didn't do any development, so it kind of gradually went down. Max. that's a bit of a funny one. Jos was absolutely driving the wheels off that damn thing.
Yeah. And he come from Benetton, hadn't he?
Yeah, and he was just fucking awesome. I've never seen anything like him, and he was so much fun. He was such a fucking lunatic. It literally was. He was just, you know what I mean? Like, it's so much fun seeing Jos in Max, the pugilistic side and bits and pieces. But like, I knew his dad so well, but like, there are some absolute barnstormers stories that I want to tell your fans, and one of you might be able to help me find one. There's one bit of circuit video that I want you guys, or we need our internet sleuths to find, and it is a practice session. I want to say it's in Barcelona with Jos, when it's a wet practice session in Barcelona, and basically Jos is out there, and he is. I guarantee you, your viewers will have never ever seen a Formula One car driven like Jos drove it, because he was drifting a Formula One car round Barcelona, but not drifting like drifting. I'm talking about a 5-degree opposite lock, perfect high speed drifts through not slow corners, like the big barnstorming corners. He was just literally, it's a style of driving that everybody in the pit wall was like, what the fuck is, you know what I mean? He loved the car so much. And you guys have got to find the footage, because if you see that, you will see a master. And I'd like someone to show it to Max, because if Max saw his dad drive like that, he'd be like, man, that is, we've all seen some cool driving, right? Like Max has done, you know what I mean? But like, I've never seen drifting. I mean, we've seen people catch, but this was, you have to see it.
It was a control.
It was drifting he was drifting the car around the corners, and the commentators, and you can find bits where they'll talk about it and say, oh, and Jos or Jos's antics in practice was, you know what I mean, or there's qualifying, but we need to find that, because I would love people to see that. That was a really, really interesting
someone has actually just put in the comments here. I'm sorry if I've got my phone here.
No worries.
Someone's just put, is this it? And I'm just gonna bring it up. Sorry, folks, for anyone who's listening to this back. This is going to be a little bit of a pause here, just for a second. Just 1 second.
Can I have a comfort break, please?
Of course. Yeah, we are gonna rattle on in a minute, but wow. Guys, obviously, we actually said we're going to do about 90 minutes, but we're over 2 hours. Yeah, some people have found it. Unfortunately, because I am looking through this on the restream thing, I'm not actually looking through this on Facebook. I can't click on that link. So if one of you guys can click on it and just have a quick look. But no, guys, thank you for sticking with. There's the 190, 216 of you tuning in. Appreciate you sticking around for a long chat, but it was always going to be, and I think we all need to say thank you to Nick for talking about Imola and everything. But we're just coming back. There we are. I was just saying, we kind of said about 90 minutes, and we're over 2 hours already. We've still got a bit to cover, but we will. But I'm more than happy to. I've just said that I can't actually click on the link in here.
Naughty cigarette. Sorry. No, you got to hear another story. Let me try and get.
Let's go for it, and then we're gonna crack onto Benetton and Virgin and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
But there's another story that you guys are gonna love. Absolutely no doubt about it.
Let's go for it. Love it.
So one of the races we had, and I want to say it's Imola. There was a catastrophe, because they'd resurfaced it and it rained. And basically it rained just before the race. And so we practiced, I think it was Imola. Again, your readers will be this in 2 seconds, but they'd resurfaced the thing. We'd had the whole weekend had been dry, and it rained like, as we're going, it was either in the morning. I think it might have been the days when we had a morning warm up. But anyway, like it was wet, and like it was literally like you might as well have just poured diesel all over the track. Like it was people looping it, trying to get out the pits. It was absolutely brilliant. So on the way to the grid, so we're getting there, and like it's like, oh, Nick, do you want to make any setup changes? Like, well, I'm making tire pressure adjustments, this, that, and the other, and then I get a call because and it's like, can we get and Charlie Moo's like, get the towels. Get all the cleaning equipment to on the grid now. Get it on the grid now. The car is, and I'm like, what the fuck? Has he gone off? And I don't know, but like it's absolutely covered in mud and grass and everything. And like, so the guys are like getting mops, literally mops and buckets. So you normally go with tire blankets, and like there's this string of Simtek people going, and so I'm running up the grid thinking, what the fuck has he gone off or whatever like that, and Jos is there, helmet off, leaning against the big grid, and he's got a big grin in his face, and I said, and he goes, I figured it out. I said what? He goes, there's more grip on the grass. He goes, I tried it on the way into blah blah blah, and I just drove on the grass, and I could brake, and there were people sliding off, and that's what I'm going to do. Like, you wait and see. Like I'm telling you, like, I'm saying, you are fucking shitting me. He was watching me go off, and he just literally was driving off and braking on the grass, and so the thing was literally, it was pulling grass and shit out like that, and he had this massive grin on his face. It was. This really is, Nick, there's more grip on the grass. It's like, yeah, okay, there is a problem with this track, but like that was just Jos. He was just brilliant. He was cool as a cucumber.
That's fantastic.
That was a great story.
Oh, I love that.
Anyway,
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, terrific.
What a dude.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, I mean, just I guess, with the it unfortunately 95 only lasted, a season or whatever.
It's people ask me. It's really weird because that car was awesome. We were in our stride. We'd signed up this guy to take a big investment in the team. A Swiss. I'm not going to go into individual. It's just too painful. Right. Anyway, sure. We got told there was about 8 or 9 million due. It didn't turn up. It was like this. Oh, we hear the bank codes, blah blah blah, and we were about 5 million. We were stringing out. We weren't paying costs, but the car was saying, everyone's going, look, just it was all rolling, right? The car was fucking quick. I think one race we qualified like 4. Like we were moving. The problem was the bloody gearbox didn't work, and that was the one thing. One of the deals we did with Benetton was to get the shift, and the bottom line is that they just didn't focus enough. The guy didn't give us enough support. I don't want to blame anyone. I don't want anyone to any of the engineers or the technicians involved who might hear this or whatever. I ascribe no blame. We just did not have enough support, and we just went out race after race, and then the one bit that Benetton supplied was the bit, and by the way, they're winning world championship and utterly reliable, exactly the same parts.
Yeah.
Just, no, but like this, literally, like there were no Simtek parts. All the parts on the shift system were extract there. Benetton supplied, and it was just poorly programmed gear shifts. It knocked. After about 10 laps, you'd knock all the edges off the dogs, and it was just heartbreaking because it was just race after race, time after go. I lived that again in the Virgin days when we had the hydraulic problems, but it was just really, the one bit you thought, I've instead of this, because we never had a semi-automatic shift in 2024, and I invented this system to do fast shifts that actually was really good. For those of you with the motorcycles, my solution to a fast shift in 1994, when we didn't have one, was basically a system whereby you just if you've got a motorcycle and you pull up hard enough on the
kick, yeah.
on the kick, if you imagine you could press a button and just delay the ignition, just cut the ignition for 20 milliseconds, the engine goes like that, bang, it would go in the next gear, and that's how quick shifts, and that was like a really big advantage for us. But then we had this wonderful super duper semi-automatic gearbox and all the bits and pieces, but yeah, it just wasn't programmed right. Knocked it off, and that was the end of it. Yeah, my world fell apart. But you know, I found Flavio had completely fallen in love with me. So he, you know, he'd fallen in love with me metaphorically because we were the only two smokers. So we were out the back. You know, there was this guy, you know, all the deals, and there was this young guy, and I think particularly he enjoyed the fact that I didn't put up with Ron Dennis's bullshit, and that amused everybody in. So there's all these people, these gods. You've got Tyrrell and all these people like that. You got Ron Dennis and bits and pieces like that, and there's a kid. I'm 29 years old. I'm 29 years old. I'm still the youngest Formula One team principal to date.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm an engineer, the guy who built Lego when he was young, and didn't tell you about my dad's lawnmower. I couldn't resist that last bit of work because my dad had a 2-stroke engine on his lawnmower, and it was a Flymo. So I couldn't resist having to go at his Flymo, and then just the laughter with my friends watching him trying to mow his lawn when this thing was revving, like, and it was sitting like 6 inches above the grass, screaming its nuts off, and my friends were all around the kitchen, and the Flymo was going like that, and my dad's like, he's like trying to stand on it, and he goes,
"What have you done?"
I can't know. He's saying to me, I just don't understand it. I'm going up and down, and it's just, you know, and we're just like, anyway. So yeah, I couldn't resist the Flymo story. Anyway, I did put friction and get that, but porting a Flymo was quite fun. I was younger, but yeah, that kid with all the Lego bits and pieces. I just couldn't. When Ron started going on about you know, engine formulas and bits and pieces like that, and the rules were, and the rules were affecting the pressure on my pistons is too high, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Literally, and like Ron, and for a 29-year-old kid to say to Ron, what are you talking about? Like, literally, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, and the others are like, you know what I mean? And of course,
Really?
Flavio is just like, you know, I mean, I just wouldn't, I mean, you know, I didn't dislike him. I just did, you know, if he said something which was technically wrong, I'd say, that's wrong.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's wrong?
But it is.
What do you know about it? Well, I know about it because I designed my car and it's legal. And last time I looked, you didn't.
Yeah.
So, we didn't like that. It was just a bit of fun, and Flav used to just love that. And so, and you know, and then the thing which did it was Jos just said to Flav, he said, that car is absolutely fucking wicked. And you know what I mean? So like I'd got Flav out of the ship by giving him, because he'd got 3 drivers and had given him a seat, but Jos was saying, you know, and Flav was watching him, you know what I mean, and like getting up there, and then the gearbox would go wrong, and then he's like, I've got to get this guy. Yeah. So he just said, as soon as the he said, can you come and work for me? I really need you. And I'm like, you know. And he said, we want to build a wind tunnel. I've heard you've done a wind tunnel. Can you come and design a wind tunnel for us? So that's how I joined Benetton. Special projects engineer, designed the wind tunnel.
Fantastic. And was it, you were there for what was it, 3-4 years?
Well, yeah, I designed the wind tunnel, and then started designing the wind tunnel, and sort of kept my head down. I mean, it was a bit weird. All these people kind of looking at me, you know. Ross Braun wasn't that impressed because Flavio just said, we're employing him. Well, what's he going to do? Design the wind tunnel? Okay, well, he'll be quiet. But, you know, you've got a team principal you've got a guy who's a team principal and he's walking into your drawing office and just sitting amongst the guys. I mean, they gave me an office, so quite nice, and next to Rory, and we chatted and bits and pieces. But I just worked on my wind tunnel until Ross left, and then Rory left, and it's like, holy shit. Or Ross, I think Ross first, and then Pat took over, and then and then the next thing is that Gerhard Berger Gerhard knows Rocha and all the bits and pieces, and he just wasn't happy. He'd been hired with a Lacey, and he said to Flavio, "You've got Nick Wirth working for you. I want him to come and engineer me." And because Gerhard had taught, I'd kind of met Gerhard, and he spoke blah blah, and that's it. So I got doing that, and then next thing I know it, Rory's gone, and next thing I know it, I've been and Flavio said, "I want you to be my chief designer."
Wow.
So that's kind of how it went, really.
How it all came. It was because you worked with little Gerhard and Jean Lacey, and was it Wirth and Fisichella were all there around that time?
John Lacey and Gerhard. I mean, they were. I mean, the stories at Benetton with those two. I mean, I've written. There's a document which is like Jean Lacey's quotes from that year are literally legendary. Like there are so many that where he would. So Pat Simmons was engineering Jean, and I was engineering Gerhard. Right, that was the deal. So
right.
Pattern, right. Not a bad engineering duo, if I may say so.
I was going to say, it's far worse.
But Pat. But Pat, I was always taking the piss out of Pat. Pat was taking the piss out of me because he would know that Gerhard would drink schnapps in the garage before qualifying. So basically, he would literally be in the back, banging back. I'm kid you not, ladies and gentlemen, banging back some schnapps and then going out and nailing it in qualifying. That was his thing, and then chasing after all the women with Barry Sheen. So him and Barry Sheen, every time Barry Sheen turned up, oh my God.
Oh, that's good. Barry Sheen didn't do that, did he?
Oh, but they were just two complete wrong uns. I mean, funny, just classic, we all know them. Do you know what I mean? But they are guys who are cool about being womanizers, right? And just pull it off, Brad Pitt or whatever. Yeah. But Gerhard and Barry were just so. I mean, Barry's a god. Gerhard, Ferrari driver. Great looking guy. Race winner and bits and pieces. I mean, these guys were they were gods, and they loved the attention, and they had a lot of fun, and I won't say any more about it. But they did it with class. They did it with class.
Good. That's
Jean was a different thing. Jean was just a complete. I mean, he would come back. There would be. He would, say to get up the pack. Say. I'm trying to think of some of the ones. But there's one particular one, which is an all-time legendary story about him and the fuel stop. So we are racing Jean. I think it was Ross was still here. That was it. It was 96. Ross was still there, and Jean. He's up there I want to say he's like third or fourth, but basically we're saying, right, it's a fuel stop. You got to do a fuel stop. and they can't get him on the radio. And Pat's like, John, can you hear me? John, can you hear me? You got to stop fuel. You've got to stop fuel. Silence. And it's like, and Pat's like, right, get the pit board out. And they're like waving the pit board, trying to get him to attention, because like the leaders are peeling in, and it's about timing bits and pieces like that. That I'm 2 meters tall, right? I'm 6'7". So if I told you that we got to the point where there were 3 mechanics, I was in my fire suit because I'm a race engineer. I'm on the pit wall. You have to wear a fire suit. I am standing on the pit wall, because you could stand on the pit wall there. I've got 3 mechanics. I am literally
holding you,
leaning like that. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. I have the pit stop lollipop, which is 3 meters long.
So 5 meters in.
I'm doing that. Everybody is falling about laughing, and he fucking goes straight past it. And then all of a sudden, like the telemetry, the guys goes, oh, fuel pressure. Oh, he stopped, and he pulls over. And then you go, and then you hear this voice coming and going, Pat, something is happening. The engine's stopping. And like Flavio is, it is just literally, you wouldn't believe it. But like there is film, I guarantee, I have the lollipop. I am at full stretch, waving it. All the other teams are wetting themselves laughing because they know what's going to happen. And that was, I mean, John, just like
brilliant.
It's like Pat, I said, oh, this is absolute. This setup is fantastic. This is going to be absolutely great. Great, John. What corner are you at? Corner 2. It's like there are just so many. Flavio was just brutal with him. He was just like, John, sometimes you are, like, I daren't give you an ice cream, because if I gave you an ice cream, you just get the ice cream and you go like that on your head. This is Flavio to Jean Lacey, and Jean's like almost in tears, and we're just trying to hold our shit together. He's just like, they're just awesome. They were just amazing. Some of the stories. It was an amazing time.
Fantastic.
Really memorable.
No, I see. That's the stories I like. All the ones that we won't have heard.
No.
And we should say that it's actually Jean Lacey's birthday today. So happy birthday, Jean.
Well, happy birthday, Jean. I love him. Love him to death. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Completely batshit crazy. Literally.
Guys, the amount of people who message me and say, why don't you get Jean Lacey on? Why don't you get Gerhard Berger on? Why don't you get this person?
I mean, Gerhard.
I would love to, but my response is, who do you think? I'm just a bloke. Those guys around the mid-90s, some of the great characters, weren't they? I mean, I think I've only managed to get Carl and Mika, I think.
Mega.
But yeah, they're good. But yeah, that's brilliant. That's great stuff.
Gerhard's literally top draw. He keeps it low down. You haven't when someone gets Gerhard to go one day. The shitty, there's things like throwing Ayrton's passport out of the helicopter and all that lot.
Oh yeah.
He is just.
I've interviewed the helicopter pilot, Mr. Jerry Marnie. He was flying the helicopter. He did British touring cars, and he told me that, and I went, "That's ridiculous." Again, I just out the window.
I can't. But like some of the stories involving Gerhard's shenanigans are just. But Gerhard's got to tell them.
I'm sure.
I will not. What goes on tour stays on tour.
Absolutely right. I'm going to try and find a way to get hold of
Flipping heck, they are just the people I tell. They just like, you are kidding me. And I'm like, nope. That's the way they're old, baby.
Yeah, that's terrific. I love it. I love that. Love all that. there's so many more things we can talk about. I mean, obviously there's a big sort of gap between Benetton, and then you did work.
Benetton was really my family had come along, and I was in those days, the size of the Formula One teams compared to, and I was chief designer, engineering the car. Do you know what I mean? I just, you don't do that nowadays. I mean, Bono doesn't draw anything. Bono is a race engineer, right?
Yeah,
As a team principal, can James Allison is James Allison, and just think about combining Toto's job with Bono's job with James Allison's job. That's what I used to do. And it just seemed completely natural to me. I mean, in the Simtek days, in the Benetton days, not so much, but I was still race engineering and designing, and those were the days of testing. So you'd be testing, and it was just brutal. And there was a moment when I picked up Ben, and he was about 18 months old, and he burst into tears. He didn't know who I was. And that was a moment where I thought, you know what, Wirth, your work-life balance is not kind of right where it needs to be. So I did a project called RoboScience, which was really fun.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see whether I could do some world-class engineering outside of motorsport, something that I'm really into nowadays. But the dog was fun, but it was really annoying because the real thing was in 1995 I'd achieved a lifelong dream and become a qualified helicopter pilot.
Fantastic.
So I've had it's 30 years now. I've had my PPLH, and I, being interested in aerodynamics and bits and pieces like that, it was right. I just had this vision. Part of my problem and part of the legacy you'll see is too far ahead of the curve. Wow. Too far ahead of the curve. The 99 car we pushed too hard. Dave Richards was like, you got to try everything, and we had this twin clutch gearbox, which was the precursor of the seamless shift.
Yeah.
So I designed essentially the first seamless shift gearbox. And then the FTT system, which was banned, but it was, and unfortunately, X-Track could only make one unit, which worked, but it was absolutely brilliant. And obviously, subsequently came back in another incarnation with the BART. But that was a case of just being pushed too hard. Dave going, you got to do this. Just not enough brakes, I guess. Pat probably should have put the handbrake on a little bit more. My job was to just come up with the ideas and push, and I felt like other people would say, right, okay, well, we'll do that. When they say we'll do it all, you know what I mean? Like it, that's a bit much. But each of them, all of them were right in their own way. We just did too much without enough research.
Sure.
So, sorry.
No, I was saying I actually had Dave on here, just earlier in the year, David Richards, and nice chat, really nice chat.
Yeah,
knows what he wants.
Yeah, I think the Benetton situation was a bit of a handful for him. I'm not sure he was.
Yeah, I think he said as much.
But anyway, the annoying thing about the RoboScience project was that really the whole idea was, and what we designed was this flying robot, which I thought I was absolutely convinced the world needed was a flying robot, which was a device which, essentially could have a data link to a PC and send images across what was quite new, which was a Wi-Fi data link. And we had you'd be able to have a camera on this device, which would be able to be controlled. So you could pan it, tilt it, roll it, etc., etc. And being a helicopter pilot and knowing that the difficulties of the control system of helicopters, it seemed to me that the most sensible thing to do was to rearrange the system into using 4 rotors. So you had 4 rotors with electric motors and a pan, tilt, zoom camera on the bottom with a carbon fiber structure, lithium battery, and it was a quadcopter.
Right.
And I took that with a property marketing company to the police, the fire services, the army, the utility companies, and nobody understood what the fuck they were looking at and what the fuck I was talking about in
Right.
2020. Not 2020, the year 2000.
In 2000.
The year 2000, they literally, I remember the police saying, I said to the police, they said, how much is this one of these things? I said, well, you know, the first run, we're trying to build 25 and then be £9,000 each. And what's the run time? 35 minutes. I mean, 35 minutes, I mean, the error, I mean, 35 minutes is quite a long time. It was an amazing piece of engineering.
Yeah.
And the police is like, well, we got a police helicopter. And I'm like,
yeah, but this is...
the idea is that you got this in the back of your patrol cars, right?
Then
like there was a thing where that Land Rover went down the bank and derailed a train, and loads of people got killed around that time, and it was like foggy, and there were all these things, and like, and you know, the police were like, well, we got a helicopter. And I'm like, well, how much helicopter costs? Well, it's £6,000 an hour, and I'm like, and so I was so utterly disillusioned from what I consider to be an obvious useful device, and
yeah.
I have been proved right.
Drone, essentially, yeah.
And that was the moment where I was just literally, you know, I'd done two interesting pieces of technology. The world was really interested in it, but the real one, the world wasn't ready for, literally wasn't ready for. And at that moment, American Honda came along with this massive bag of gold, and they said, you know, they'd heard that Nick was, you know, I missed a bit. I did a little spell with Adrian Reynard.
Yeah.
And I just got there in time to be able to tell him that his company was essentially insolvent, and he better do. And I actually saved him about 10 million quid because I knew something about that, because I'd been through insolvency with Simtek, right? So Adrian, mate for life. But I did enough in that 6 months at Reynard. Despite the fact the company was about going belly up, I did one upgrade to their IndyCar. I got one through, and it got to the track, and they put it on the track, and Dario and everyone drove this one upgrade, which was new front wing, and it was basically a second lap quicker. And they were like, what the fuck? And Honda were like, well, these things never work. Who did the what? Anyway, so that one thing, I just tried like crazy because we're up against it. The G-force was better. Reynard was going down the pan. You know, it was a complete clusterfuck. But I just managed to get this one development to the track, and all the Honda team said it's just amazing.
Wow.
And that's why they came and tried to find the guy, and then Honda came.
And then obviously Honda, yeah, that was that went on quite the Acura thing and all the
but
that kind of stuff, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about that for hours, but
it's
a fantastic, it's a very, very interesting story how it started. It's a very interesting story about what their priorities were.
Ooh, yeah, but I mean, I just love that. It kind of starts with one thing getting through, and it just puts you in the mind of people. And I said, I mean, there's so many bits I could pick up on. I mean, I love that you've done IndyCar. I'm a massive IndyCar fan. Anyone who knows this show knows I always get IndyCar in there, even if it's not relevant, because I love it. But
anyone, let me just tell you your read about IndyCars. Like, forget everything else. If you are a race fan, if any of you guys have been and enjoyed watching racing in any form, but obviously it's got to be car racing. Let me tell you something. You really don't want to depart this mortal coil without attending the Indy 500.
I was about to say
it is the most extraordinary spectacle. I don't care. I've been to them all. I know it all about. I mean, I haven't been to like Vegas, right? And I haven't done the latest ones, but the Indy 500 is such a thing.
It is the best, isn't it?
For any racing person with racing in, it is just so fucking amazing, that race, the atmosphere, just the sheer scale of it. It's worth, you know what I mean? Getting to Indy's a pain in the fucking arse. You got to go to Chicago, it's a piece of life, but spend the money.
We went via
spend
Chicago.
spend the money, go. It is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah.
Folks,
how many times have I said this on these chats? For God's sake, get yourself to the Indy 500.
You have to, because it is amazing. And the time that I remember, my cars have won loads of times, so I really enjoyed it. But like the time that I remember was the time that Danica Patrick was in it with 20 laps to go.
Yeah, and that was incredible.
400,000 people screaming their fucking ears off. This woman who's the fastest woman that's ever driven a race car.
Yeah,
I'm a great Michelle Mouton fan, but Danica was properly quick. I know she was very light, which helped her with the chassis weight and bits and pieces like that. But she's driven. I know Danica. Sports. The seat insert for my sports cars was like a child seat. She's tiny, but like that girl, what she did that race. In the Indy 500 that year, and watching 400 people losing, 100,000 people were losing their shit.
Yeah,
just you have to go, and and every year it's pretty exciting. It was quite entertaining recently. The Indy 500 is a great race, even if you're not an IndyCar fan. If you like motorsport, get yourself out there. You won't regret it.
I'm so glad you said that. I've been saying that for the 5 years or 5.5 years that I've been doing these talks. I finally got there in 2022. We were going to go in 21 for my 40th, but COVID, all that kind of stuff. We got there in 2022 when Marcus Ericsson won it. And I thought I was worried that I kind of bigged it up in my head too much over the...
No.
It was 88 was the first one I saw it. I've seen everyone since, and I thought, have I over-egged this in my head? Got there on carb day. It was great. Went on race day. There's nothing like it. You can't prepare yourself, can you?
No.
It's fabulous. It's so good.
It's just fucking great.
And of course, you won it was it Dan, wasn't it? Dan, won it in 05. Your car, which is a cool thing to have.
We won it. Yeah.
I just want to quick. I mean, again, loads we can cover, but I saw you sent me a clip about Scott Dixon waxing lyrical about your Acura car. When Scott Dixon says good stuff about a car, you know it's good, don't you?
Yeah, that Acura, the first one was fun. Just doing it was kind of new, and I'll come back to Indy because there's something I really want to tell you about Indy. But the Acura is fun. It was fun because my relationship with Robert Clark. So, at this stage, I was pretty much. They'd set me some very, very tough challenges. So, like when I joined, and I need to go back to really talk about the Acura program. I need to tell about it. So, I was surprised. Robert Clark needs to be fated in motorsport because he is one of the most legendary and visionary leaders of a racing company. That I think his legacy, which is a lot to do with me and what he did in Champ Car, but a lot of the stuff that we did together that he enabled was just magic. And it was a case of a sort of gestalt of trust between us, where he literally rolled up a casino like a good James Bond, adjusted his bow tie, got his collars right, and he literally just got all his chips and he just went and put them on my number. That's what he did. And he just like, every time it's like, do what Nick says, do what Nick says, do what he says. Japanese go, we can't do active suspension with the wind tunnel in 3 months. Nick will do it. And like, he just kept backing the horse. And I loved it, and we just kept on going. And so, his first thing was when he joined us, and he was just we just had this, he's an amazing guy, amazing guy. I hope he sees this, Robert, I miss you. You are one of my. You just anyway. I'll talk to Robert separately. But anyway, Robert's first thing was right. We want to hire you to do all our chassis development, but this is the order of business. Your first job is to win the Motegi race, and I'm like,
The twin ring.
sorry. No, that is the most. Though this is the list of priorities. The number one priority is to win Motegi. The number two priority is to win the Indy 500.
Wow.
The number three priority is to win the manufacturers championship. And I'm like, so there's a guy. His second in command is Tim Cunningham. So it's Robert and Tim Cunningham. So Tim was a Brit, ex-Cosworth. Tim and I, Tim ended up being managing director of Wirth Search, funnily enough. But anyway, at the time, he was Robert's right-hand man, like COO. Robert was CEO, if you like, or president of Honda Racing. And so the story of Motegi is they would do Champ Car. Honda were so involved in it, they decided they wanted to build an oval outside of America. So given the fact that they didn't have much land, they literally took the top off a mountain and spent $250 million on slicing the top off a mountain and building this oval twin ring Motegi. And
Yeah. Because which is where Danica won, wasn't it? It's where Danica won her race.
Correct.
Ooh.
So Honda did this, and then they had to in order to get the Champ Car and then IndyCar to there, they had to pay all of the air freight, all of the hotels, everything, plus give a bonus to every single team on the grid in order to get them out there. Okay, so they built the circuit, spent $250 million, built this circuit, and then they proceeded to lose the race every single year for 7 years on the trot. They could not win Motegi. They literally could not win it. There was one time in Motegi when Honda cars at half distance were in the top 11 spaces, and they still. So they were, and every year the entire board of Honda, they'd have all these stands like with 10,000 Honda employees because it's right near the factory, waving little Honda flags, and then a Toyota would win or a Chevy or whatever, and they'd all go home crying and whatever. And the board were just, and Robert just said, Nick, you've got to win the Motegi. Just fucking win Motegi.
Whatever it takes.
He said, just win it, and I will give you the keys of the kingdom. So it's and then the Indy 500 and whatever, and then so I just went, and I'm like, will you do everything I say? I will do everything you say. I said, well, we're going to go and win it. We're going to go and win it for you. So we did 2003, which was when I was inventing all the technology to do this. So the technology, how we won it was we had a secret weapon, which was the Stuttgart full-scale wind tunnel. So there's a full-scale wind tunnel in Stuttgart, which nowadays there is a very famous wind tunnel in America called Windshear, which is a full-scale wind tunnel. But at the time, Stuttgart was not known about, and I knew that I was going to use this to win the Indy 500. So first of all, I locked down Stuttgart, and Stuttgart was so expensive it cost $1 a second to test in Stuttgart. So it's a full-scale rolling road wind tunnel. So the next thing we had a car, and I got a car over, and we had a test team, and then because it was $1 a second, I said, right, I need to design a full active suspension system for this, and I need to do it in 2 months because we need to get going with this. And so I said, I need another $1 million to do this. I'll do it. You do this. And Robert and the Japanese said, we can't do it. It's impossible. Mr. Wirth can't do that. It's taken us 5 years. We can give you the F1. But no. Just give them $1 million. Boom, we got the active going. So then we had this active suspension. We had systems in this wind tunnel. So every time we turned up at Stuttgart, mainly we did production cars. So they'd have Audi going and various people come in and turn up. And then, maybe the Audi would take their R8 race car there because it's kind of a bit of a secret, this thing, the Germans. And then we would turn up. And every time we turn up, there'd be a development. So, and then the Germans would the German wind tunnel guys, oh, great, the worst guys coming along, what are they going to do now? So there was this process where, you turn up, the car would come in a big lift, get put in place, bolted on this rolling road, and they'd be held on with tethers. And, and the Germans would do this because they had this amazing balance. So this thing, the technology that wind tunnel is extraordinary. I won't bore you with the details. But they'd do this thing, and they would have to maneuver the car around and adjust the tethers, the technicians, and get it all lined up with lasers so the things all bang on, because it's their responsibility. Because if the car comes off, I mean, that tunnel does like 150 miles an hour. I mean, it doesn't do 200, but I mean, that's why I'm using it, because it's as high a Reynolds number as you possibly can. It's as much testing. And so we had a process which was CFD, where we're developing CFD. Then we had scale models, and then we would down select from CFD. And I had this full chat, and then I had a scale model program running in the Auto Research Center in Indianapolis. And then basically we would down select the really good parts to then take the full scale tunnel, and we would map them. And and we're talking about parts that every bit that was legal on the car. So, for example, they would say, oh, you're allowed the suspension's free, right? So they'd say, you don't let me do that, because they're going, oh, well, the suspension's free. So we'd have all the wishbones, we'd have the stock wishbone tubes, and they'd all be we had them heated. They were twisted, they were like carbon tubes, but we had them all nosed out, all the push rods were at wacky angles like that, And then, then we started there's an area where it was wishbones welded together. It's called the wrap, where the two tubes, if you look at a Formula Ford or whatever, we were staggering the tubes, and I mean, we were just, but it was all so we turn up every race with this stuff, and basically the engine was really down, and where we were was we were told, we did the end of season analysis, and they said we basically need to find 2 miles an hour, 2.5 miles an hour of speed, equated to Indianapolis lap time speed. That's the step we need to make. Jeez. And the technical director said, and I said, I think I can find that. And he said, right, I want you to find that. That's what you got to find that for 2004. And the engine guys said, we'll do our best. And the thing is that basically what the technical director was, he said, right, this is what we need. I want you to go and find all of it. And he said to the engine department, I want you to go and find all of it. And the fact of the matter is, we both found all of it. And that's why we absolutely destroyed them. So what the engine department found was they found a way of doing direct injection without direct injection. So they had these fuel injectors, which basically were in the normal position, but basically they had these caps where the fuel spray, which normally is a spray, because, hey, engine guy now, remember that from university? Yeah. So now the fuel spray, the fuel would come out like a laser beam jet, and basically just miss the valve, and they'd have lower injectors which would get a shitload of fuel in, and then upper injectors which would be used to control temperature, because it's alcohol and latent heat vaporization block. Anyway, it was a fantastic innovation. They made, it's an astonishing, this was a naturally aspirated V8. I think they were 3 litre at the time. I can't remember what they were, but basically they literally made, I think the engine was about 600 horsepower, something like that. They literally made 70 more horsepower in the winter with this system. Jeez. They made literally 70 more horsepower. That's what they made. And then we made this gigantic step. And then we went to Matigi, and then the miracle happened. And I've never seen, like, they went. I remember I did because I was developing 2 cars. I was having to do the G-Force and the Dallara, and we were mapping new stuff. I did this most ridiculous wind tunnel test where we did like 72 hours non-stop in Stuttgart, and then I jumped on a plane and flew straight to Matigi. So I was absolutely exhausted. But I saw the fruits of my labour. We won the race, and like I saw the president of worldwide Honda get picked up by his board and thrown through a celebratory cake in a party, literally like a huge, like dwarf tossing. I mean, this is the goddamn president, and they went absolutely apeshit. And then we turned up at Indy, and we were so fast at Indy that they just wound up. We were literally running I think they're running it on like 5 cylinders, like, you know, and normally I eke, and they go quicker and quicker and quicker. And then I remember I think there was a guy, Roger Yasukawa, maybe it was Roger Yasukawa, was this Japanese American driver, and they let him go on the day before, on the quali day. They kind of gave him a run in happy hour. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like doing whatever, like 290, whatever, and all of a sudden Roger Yasukawa's going around at like 225. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, this is going to be a bloodbath. And the top 11, 12 cars were Hondas that year. I mean, they just absolutely smashed them to pieces. And we smashed them to pieces in 2004, and we smashed them to pieces in 2005. And then Toyota went, you know what, we're out of here. They left.
Wow.
We won too much. We absolutely annihilated them.
I remember 05. I remember
it was absolutely fucking glorious until it became absolutely terrible, because I thought we were going to lose the business, because why are they going to pay us to develop Hondas against Hondas? And thank God, that's where the sports cars came from.
Yeah, right. Okay. That's where the switch came. That's amazing. I'm loving hearing. I'm absolutely loving hearing all this. It's fantastic.
So the really funny thing is that all the Toyota were going to IndyCar saying that we were cheating and that we were using the Lausitz ring. There was a test team going to Germany. They had it all right, but they didn't know about the wind tunnel.
Okay.
They said, Honda are testing at the Lausitz. We can hear. We got data. They were literally going and they were all protesting, saying Honda.
We were going there.
Yeah, we're doing exactly what you're saying. It's just we're not doing it the way you did it.
Love it. Love that. All these things that go on. Terrific. That's good stuff. I mean, I want to talk about, you mentioned about the Acura and stuff, because this is all about like the like CFD, which I want to come to that, and with Virgin F1 Racing team, computational flow dynamics. Now I've read up on.
Say it again.
Computational flow dynamics.
No. Computational fluid dynamics.
Fluid dynamics. Computation. Why can I never get it right? Computational. Fluid.
I don't know, but I wasn't going to let you get away with that. And your fans wouldn't let me.
No, absolutely right. I will slap myself on the wrist. Computational fluid dynamics. Right, Keith Mel, have I missed the Virgin bit? No, we're just coming to it, Keith. Basically, you mentioned before there was this wind tunnel and things like that, and it was $1 a second to run it, and it's all very expensive. And you sent me a video talking to a very sciencey, techie chap about, they cost 25 million quid to build and $1 a second to run and all this kind of stuff. And you thought, we can do it a different way. And this CFD stuff is fascinating stuff. Basically, where did it, I mean, someone did ask right at the very start, what was the reasoning behind going down that route to design the Virgin car?
It's very simple. So I have been, ever since that Lego making creature ended up in his his really happy stomping ground, which was the hallowed halls of the Naval Architecture and Mechanical Engineering Department of the University College London, and I had always been fascinated by computers, computing. Bear in mind, I was born in 1966. So, when I was at school, we got quite excited when we got our first research machines, 380Z. For those who are of a similar age to me or interested in computing history, running Tiny Basic as the interpreter. But we got quite exciting when we got to university. We got our hand on sort of little mainframes called PDP-11s, which again, those of you who are interested in computing history, a PDP-11 is a computer which has far less computing power than what's in that AirPod that I'm holding out right now, and was about the size of 3 American refrigerators next to each other. That's what PDP-11 was, and I was really interested in them, and then in using that for our various subjects. And I talked about, so I very early was into using mathematical optimization techniques. I did a successful project on developing a mechanism using, I think, what is probably the first time a genetic algorithm's ever been used in engineering. So I was kind of interested in genetics and how the combination of a mother and a father plus a certain amount of mutation allows evolution by natural selection to work, and I thought that it was possible to recreate this within an engineering environment so that you could essentially compete various machines against each other, and then you'd see which, you'd take the best machine, the second best machine, and you'd like mate them, if you like, and make another. And it sounds really weird, but like that's exactly what I was doing, and it was creating these amazing machines which were better than other people's machines for the projects that I was doing. And so the idea of using computers for optimizations was fascinated me, and that's where. And then obviously I told you the story about Adrian and saying, if only we had a way we could kind of work out what the wing did. And I said, well, we just write a simulation program, right? So simulation was, I just wrote those, and that's what I did. And that's where Simtek came from, simulation technology. That's where the word comes from, or that it was born from. So the one thing that was really, really hard, so by the time I left Benetton, which is in the 90s, we'd got finite element analysis very down to quite a T. So finite element analysis, I'm looking around for a good prop. Toothbrush here. Finite element analysis would be where you make a model of a structure like this toothbrush here in plastic. You assign properties to it, and then basically you say, well, okay, I'm going to try applying a load in the middle and see how much it's going to deflect. And we got to the point where we could do that very, very accurately. And then we started to be able to take that on to non-linear systems. So when you talk about something where you take a structure, make sure we don't have a disaster, and then you do a non-linear type of thing where you take it beyond plastic deformation and do that, and it stays permanently deformed. Now what I did there was I just put a load of energy into this can, and that energy is now locked up in it. And basically that's what we use for crash absorbing structures. So basically the whole point is, energy absorbing structures like nose boxes and bits and pieces are designed to plastically or deform in what's called a non-linear way, and we got good at predicting those, so we didn't have to do lots of crash tests, and we got good at kind of simulating this, and actually got good at tires. But the one thing that was really, really difficult was aero. So there's some fairly simple equations which talk about airflow. One that probably everyone's can be quite familiar with is Bernoulli's equation. So Bernoulli's equation basically talks about the relationship of air pressure and air speed, and Bernoulli's equation in the simplest form says that the faster flowing air has a lower pressure than slower flowing air. And there's sort of somewhat incorrect, but diagrams of wings where you see that the fact that the wings got a camber on the top surface and air splitting has to take a longer path is actually not quite correct. But anyway, it's enough to be illustratively correct. But we understand Bernoulli and things like, if you get a ping pong ball and you blow through a straw, you can hang a ping pong ball up in an airstream. And that is an example of the high velocity air creating a low enough pressure to actually support, you can hover ping pong balls on vacuum cleaners or leaf blowers and things like that. There's all sorts of fun things you can do. But when you start talking about very complicated flow structures, you can't really do it with an equation. And what you really need to do is you need to break down the field on which the flow is occurring into lots and lots of little bits, and then you need to do those equations, those simple equations like the Bernoulli's equation. It's basically there's a pressure term and it's equal, and there's a v squared term. So basically, pressure is proportional to the square of velocity. It's all kind of basically straightforward mathematics. There's some terms to do with the fact that air has a mass and therefore has momentum. So, people think of air as, infinitely light, but of course it isn't, because if you pump a balloon up with helium or hydrogen, it goes up because it's lighter than air. And air actually has a density of about 1 kilogram per cubic meter. Water has a density 1,000 times more, but air has a density. And so when you move air out of the way, it just like if you want to move a bucket of water out of the way, it takes a force. So you can start doing things. But when you start talking about air flowing over these amazingly complicated structures, like you see front wings and bits and pieces, but actually one of the most difficult structures to model airflow over is actually just a rotating wheel. So it turns out that the biggest son of a bitch about open wheel race cars are the open wheels. So modeling just a simple tire rolling on a road, literally just that, has been almost impossible to do accurately until probably, I would say, I think we were the first to do it. Probably around, we've been able to do it really well for about 15 years. Literally that long. If we talk about the body of a Formula One car, or a Formula Ford, there's been CFD code which could get that really accurately if they were hover cars, right? We didn't have wheels. If they just literally floated above the ground, they were ground effect, they had front wings. If you just didn't have the wheels, CFD would have been used universally. It's the wheels make it incredibly difficult, and I'm not going to. But there's really interesting reasons. But essentially, what you need to do is these equations we talked about with these ping pongs. The way that you solve it is you have to break your problem down into lumps. And the easiest way to describe that is imagine building a racing car out of lumps of sugar. Okay. If I gave you a box of sugar lumps and you built a racing car, you would end up with a really shit racing car, wouldn't you? I mean, like, it would not compute it would be shit. If I gave you lumps of sugar and I said you can build a racing car 10 times the scale of a racing car, literally. So you could build a Red Bull and it's 50 meters long, and you made it out of sugar cubes. I bet you could make it absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But there would be probably 100 million sugar cubes in it.
Yes.
And that is essentially, in a nutshell, why it's taken so long for us to be able to get CFD right, because in order to model cars and to be able to model those tiny little vortex generators and bits and pieces, but particularly the incredibly complex aerodynamics that's going on at the point where the tire is touching the ground, because these enormous squish vortices that come out, which blow the hell out of total pressure of the diffuser. I'm going to get too techie for you guys here, but anyway, it's open wheel cars are a nightmare, and we found it was easier to get to solve sports cars. We got sports cars first because they had a lot of their wheel closed, and that solved a lot of our problem. Right. So when we went into sports cars, we found it. We did it in an explosion of money and time and success. So the more success we had, I kept on saying we needed to do more CFD. They kept on giving me more money. I kept on building bigger computers. It was just kind of this virtuous cycle. Like the end of year reviews were like, Nick, we've won everything. They're going to come back stronger next year. What are we going to do? Spend more money on CFD. Okay, we'll do that. And then you do it again and again and again. So to give you an idea about why Wirth Research are rather good at this, and I talk about it with some degree of expertise, is because I can tell you guys that Honda spent with my company on the line item of CFD development. Line item, CFD development. No line item for Nick Wirth's time. No line item for 8,000 rear wings that we built for all the sports cars and etc. Just CFD development. They spent $75 million.
Wow.
They gave Wirth Research $75 million over 16 years, and we ploughed all of it into. That's why we're one of the best CFD companies on the planet.
Goodness me!
And most of that secret is sitting in a data center in Iceland, and it's powered on geothermal energy, and it has zero carbon footprint, and that's something I'm very proud of.
Wow!
So basically, Honda paid for a lunatic like me to learn everything we needed to do and have at times more CFD licenses than Rolls-Royce Aero engines did in the UK. We had more CFD licenses at Wirth Research than BAE Systems had at times with Wirth Research in the past.
Wow.
We have pushed CFD to the limit in ways that I can't talk about because there's projects that are too interesting and have too much implication for the whole species that we're working on right now. But yeah, we know a bit about CFD, and that's basically why it's been really hard. It's been basically the advent of high-speed computing. More and more computing has allowed us to go from insufficiently accurate models with too big a sugar cubes being too coarse to super high resolution models with full physics and temperature and bits and pieces like that. It's really been an amazing journey, and it's been fun pioneering it. We really have steered the world ship of CFD to where we did, and Virgin Racing we'd got Acura to the point where there was no wind tunnels involved. So the Acura cars were literally developed with no wind tunnel, no Stuttgart, no nothing. We literally would design a car, we'd sign it off in CFD, they'd build the molds, build the car, sell them to the customers, and they go win championships and win Le Mans and win everything, and
Jeez.
nothing will be used at all. And so it was only natural for us to go, let's push it that one stage further, and let's go and do this with Virgin Racing, because we didn't need any of the costs. There was no, in a typical scale model wind tunnel, they were throwing away £50,000 worth of components in the bin every day. So all these laser sintered wishbones and parts they put on scale model tests that go on in every single wind tunnel in every single team right now today. I mean, they obviously have limited hours and all this bollocks about, the McLaren are doing so well, they have less hours and all that lot. They're using technology that, anyway.
Jeez.
It's mad. It's been mad for years. It's all a cartel. They've all got wind tunnels. They can't get themselves off them. They can't wean themselves off them, and they write these ridiculous rules with limiting computers. I mean, it was. I mean, there were Virgin Racing. We were the compute power we needed, which was the entire. So we had a computer which you could do a certain amount of wind tunnel testing, a certain amount of CFD, and most teams did a bit of both, and we didn't. We just did all CFD, and like the computer we had to do that literally cost, I think it was like £2 million. And I think like a year later it was like $1 million. I mean, it's just I don't even care what the Formula One rules are. I don't know what they are now. It's one of the reasons I left. It was just such, But Virgin Racing didn't fail because of CFD. Racing, we did not fail because of CFD. We failed because the team didn't want to pay us, and that's another story. But like the CFD was a remarkable success. And the one development we did do there, which was a rather nice upgrade we did for Silverstone, because there was such a fight between us and Manor and the team, and it all got very nasty. Ended up in the High Court twice. We won both times. They tried to take, not Manor, this is another group, tried to take my company away from me. That was their stated aim. And they failed, because I got the support of the entire subcontract industry of the British motorsport industry.
Oh wow!
Believe me, when we said we can't pay you because we're not getting paid, and these motherfuckers, and I use that word, motherfuckers, were going around saying, we don't know what the problem is. We've paid Nick and Louise all the money. They must be hiding it away or whatever. And every single one of those suppliers, every single one of the 400 suppliers said, no, you're not going to get, we're not, you know what I mean? Like, we're not supplying you until, and not one of them flinched. And why? It's because of all the years, all the sports cars that we built, all the stuff we built with the wonderful British supply industry, Pankel, X-Track, Hewland, all these great companies, the great composite suppliers, Advanced Composites. I could name thousands, of fantastic this amazing British cluster we have of high technology in motorsport, where we are the best in the world. We are the best in the world. Guess what? We have the best Formula One teams, boys and girls. They are the fastest cars. They don't come from Hello, they come from Woking right now. And last time I looked, they came from Milton Keynes you know what I mean? When was the last time one came from Maranello? Okay. We have the best technology and the best infrastructure and the best supply chain in the world. And those guys had years of us paying our bills, winning races, winning Queen's Award we won 10 sports car races, 3 Le Mans, LMP2, God knows what we won, and all these guys got paid, and then these guys came along and said, Nick's taking the money, and they didn't budge. And you know what? They every single one of those suppliers got every single penny that they were owed.
Brilliant. It's done right.
Took 2 times in the High Court to do it. The first time they won. The second time was they didn't pay, so they got a bond. But yeah, it all turned out right in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and rightly so as well. One thing I do want to say, F1 prides itself on being the pinnacle of innovation and engineering and all that kind of stuff that they like to say in public, and all this kind of F1 this, F1 that. And yet they're still going down the wind tunnel route when you've said that then they don't need to, and I've always said that, especially in the last 10 years or so, where they've said this is the pinnacle of engineering, it's the pinnacle of advertising and promotion. Apart from that, there's still a long way to go in my book.
Yeah, I'll go. I love so many of my friends and the people I've trained and worked with are in Formula One. You know what I mean? James was head of aerodynamics for me in the Benetton days. You know what I mean? James and I are. Anyway, I won't talk about our fabulous relationship. Adrian, that story.
Yeah.
Nick Chester. Nick Chester was with me in the Simtek days, and I took him on from university writing circuit simulations. It just goes on and on and on and on. And I love those guys. I've been lucky enough through my dear friend Gilles to meet the new generation. So I've got to know Andrea Stella and the guys at McLaren through Gilles, and Ben has got to know those guys, and they've got to know about this project I can't tell you about that Gilles and I are working on. And so it's been really interesting kind of getting to know him and Pete Prod and obviously my great friend Rob Marshall, who worked with at Benetton, and just so proud of where he's gone in his career since the days we worked together, and he's given us a little bit of help on this other project. I love Formula One. It's fun. I love all the shenanigans that go on. I absolutely felt I'm very, very biased, obviously, because Jos was my driver, right? So yeah. What, and I know Max's mum so well, Sophie, because they were an item when we were there, and and who don't know, and everyone thinks that Max comes from Jos. Guys, you want to know how quick Sophie was?
I've heard muttering. Yeah.
Look into Sophie Kumpen, man. She is awesome. But anyway, it was just that unfortunate sequence of events where he blew his top, which was wrong, but just seeing, because the fact of the matter is Charles did drive straight into him on the track. He did have an absolute brown trouser tank slapper coming off the last corner. Then a Ferrari just drives straight in the side of him. Then hit by George, and then he's so smart. He's actually smarter than all of the commentators. Well, not the commentators, but his entire crew, and correctly called the fact that he doesn't need to give the place back. Then they make him give the place back. And
Raging by this point.
So it's fun, and I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's only got better. Even because when Lewis was winning, it was processional, and then Max, it became processional.
Yeah.
But obviously it's sort of leveled up now, which is great for the fans, isn't it?
I am an unashamed Lewis Hamilton fan, I have to say, and I've never been lucky enough to work with him, but we were very pioneering in simulators, and we haven't talked about it. You asked me about Scott Dixon, the sports cars, about an hour ago. God, I'm terrible.
That's right.
We were doing. We were so early in simulators that a number of the Formula One teams used all our simulator tech simulators before they got their own. So we were so early into it, they would, and one of those teams was Renault, and one of the drivers who would use it was Fernando Alonso. And I thought I'd seen it all until I saw Fernando Alonso drive a car in our simulator, and we were just absolutely spellbound. I mean, don't get me wrong, Fernando fucking hates simulators, like, with a passion. But I can honestly say that he's one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life, with him drive a very, very, very difficult car, set-up car, on this track, never before, and he just went round like a metronome within a tenth of a second. He never went off once.
Wow.
You put Piquet Jr. or Roman Grosjean or all the other Renault drivers, and they'd be off every corner. He just walk in, get in, go, second lap quicker, bang, 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 hate simulators. Just thank you very much, indeed. Tires a bit like this, go. And it's like, what the fuck just happened there?
It's like,
yeah, like, he is a machine. And then to watch this young kid, come in and wind the screws up on him until I remember at Canada he broke, and seeing Lewis Hamilton do what he did to Alonso, and seeing how good Alonso was compared to anything else, I'm like, holy fucking shit, this guy is awesome. And I think that Chandok made a very good point the other day when he said, you do know that Lewis was 4 unavoidable things away from, being an 11-time world champion. And that's how he is, you know what I mean? An 11-time world champion. And I hope we get a little bit more glory out of him. We had that bit at Silverstone, and we did see him and Max fight it out. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? And we're going to see Max fight the next generation. So I felt we kind of got our, I mean, it was a shame the way it ended, but when Lewis put Max in the fence at Silverstone that time, because he had to, like, you haven't seen Max mess around with him since, have you? Really?
I was actually there on that race that weekend, the British Grand Prix.
It had to happen. It had to happen
because Max was quicker than him. Max was
No. But Max was. It was this intimidation tactic, and Lewis was being intimidated, and Lewis had to put him in the wall. Like, they're just, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only way. It's like, hey, you know what I mean? And that's how people deal with him, But Max is absolutely extraordinary, and I think we've seen the best out of him this year. I think this year is absolutely fearless.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's people all over the social media talking rubbish about all kinds of drivers, and I'm not saying I do have a clue, but there's so many of them. You think you haven't a clue what you're talking about, and they're just, it does my head in. I hate it. I hate all that stuff. But it is fun and games, isn't it? With F1 at the moment. We'll obviously see where it all goes. I'm just going to come in here for Mr. P. Wirth Thompson. This feels kind of like a loaded question. It says, where did this? I don't like the phrasing of it, but anyway, it says, where did Nick go wrong with the engine manufacturers in Indy, and his Honda designs couldn't keep up with Chevy? Was that when Honda just sort of pulled out?
No. I think you're probably talking about aero kits.
Yeah, it could be.
We definitely did not get a good run with the aero kits, and I it's really annoying, but I couldn't, despite my success and despite my clout within Honda, there was a change. Robert Clark had gone. There was a new CEO, a new president of Honda, and the massive mistake that Honda made was, in the period where IndyCar went quiet and we did sports car. So in other words, Indy was all Honda. The chassis development group that we put on to make the IndyCar kind of got, or to support the Honda Indy teams, got disbanded and taken up by our competitors, who were Pratt and Miller. So Pratt and Miller were kind of the Wirth research for Chevrolet,
Mm-hmm.
and all the engineers that were trained in the Wirth methods went to Pratt and Miller and Chevrolet, and they said to Chevrolet, when the Chevy came back in with the turbo engine rules, the whole thing is there's going to be an aero kit, and Nick Wirth, you better go now, because Nick Wirth is going to be on it straight away, right? And they went absolutely full bore at it.
Right.
And the problem is Honda didn't. So
Right.
Honda sat, and I was going, you're going to get beaten. So they used the fact that they knew what we would do, and they couldn't believe that Honda didn't do it. And the reason was because Robert Clark wasn't there anymore. And the rules aren't quite. I'm like, it doesn't matter, the rules aren't. You know what I mean? We've got to be researching. And then by then it was just too late. We did a pretty good job of catching up. But one thing was very interesting was that we, and was very frustrating for me, was it's very clear if you look at the results. One part of the kit, the bit of the kit that they really wanted to do us to be quick on, was the Indy 500 kit, and that was ours from the day it started till the day they stopped it. And basically, one of the reasons was because they just couldn't win the 500. Like our 500, our Super Speedway 500 kit was fundamentally better than theirs. Their road course kit was fundamentally better than ours, and it was fundamentally better than ours because they had started it 2 years before.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
Simple as that.
Sorry, I don't think it's me off camera. I'm just glancing over here because there is a monumental spider climbing up my wall. Sorry, it's huge. Sorry about that. I was just a bit distracted there.
No problem.
It's walking away now. Sorry about that. That was huge. No, that's very cool. But obviously, thank you for the question as well. I mean, honestly, we've been here for over 3.5 hours. I don't really want to wind down because I love hearing talking about all this kind of stuff.
Don't you? Well. Let me speed it up for you a bit, and talk to you about. Are you an arachnophobe, perchance?
No, not at all. I'm just wondering where it is. I was hoping I was going to catch it on a bit of paper and show everyone. But anyway, no, it's fine. I can't see it now, which is a bit disconcerting, but it's fine.
Okay. That's it. Let me have a comfort break. You find your spider. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to come back.
Yeah, no worries. I kind of want to find him now. Anyway, folks, we're going to wind down very shortly, folks. I mean, this is amazing. This is a lovely long chat. I love it. It's fascinating. Thank you for all the questions, all the comments. There's still 300 of you tuning in. And I said, I'm not an arachnophobe, but there was a massive spider on my wall, just over there. But yeah, we're just going to wind down, speed things up a little bit, and we're just going to come to an end very, very soon. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you guys have as well. As I said, there's 297 of you still tuning in, so thank you so much for the support, and thank you obviously for listening to Nick. Oh, there he is. There's a spider. Hang on. Sorry if anyone's listening to this back and you're wondering why I'm talking about spiders. I've got some pictures up on my wall, and there's an enormous spider just up climbing between them. It's huge, honestly. It would just about fit in the palm of my hand. Anyway, he's walking away now. Anyway, yes, I've tracked the spider down. I can see him.
Okay, let's do Acura.
Yes, let's do Acura quickly.
And
yes.
let's do Acura and really focus on how. Yeah, the Acura story is pretty cool. So Robert Clark.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Robert Clark. I have a drinking competition with the president of a very senior Japanese guy, and he's about 5 foot tall, and I'm about a foot and a half taller than him, and we're drinking tequilas at a bar, and my specific and then during this drinking competition, which I I dominated through physics. I mentioned the fact that this was at the time when in 2005 and things were looking a bit grim, and I mentioned the fact that did he know that the regulations for the Le Mans prototype engines were such that the IndyCar engine that they were building and developing for 2006, which was going to be the first ever engine in the history of the Honda Motor Corporation racing engine, which was not designed in Japan. So they had built, because we had 2 years of winning, more and more investment was coming in. Robert wanted to grow the facilities, and his dream was to build an American Indy 500 winning engine. And he got all his ducks lined up, and he'd got the right chassis guy, and everything was going right. Got all the teams, all the best drivers wanted to drive Hondas. It was all going great, and then boom, Toyota leaves, and it's like, fuck, what are we going to do? And because I'd had that conversation, all of a sudden Robert Clark phoned me up. He said, "We've had this great idea. We've noticed that our engine's eligible for Le Mans prototype." And I'm like, "Really?" Anyway, that was a good amount. That was a good tequila hangover to that was worth it. But anyway, so the plan was to and this was like, so Wirth Research's first existential crisis was we won too much. We absolutely don't. We should not. We should have backed off. We should have let. You know what I mean? If you were, it's a bit like those of you who like Pixar films, if you like watch The Incredibles, it's like watching, Dash in the race. It's like, just slow down, just win by a little bit. You know what I mean? If you are a corporation like Toyota and you're racing Honda, you know what I mean? You just, they've got to get some winning. They've got to advertise, we won this, blah, 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 because there's a point, and Honda reached that point where if they're just not allowed to do anything, they just go, well, we're going to fuck off and go to NASCAR, right? And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
And that's a kind of lesson I learned as well. And so it was really interesting the way that Honda approached sports cars. So this was a typical Robert thing. So he's like, right, I want you to design a Le Mans prototype car. I'm like, great, I've never done one of them. This will be fun. And he said, go out and do an analysis of all the cars out there. So there's Zytex on sale, and there's Lolas on sale, and there's Courages, and all these different bits and pieces. And we went out and analysed and did it. In 2006, we were, by the way, doing lots and lots of work with the FIA on CFD, and up to this point in the Honda program, we'd used Honda's Formula One CFD division at in Brackley for all of the CFD work in the IndyCar program, and I mentioned to you guys some hours back that it was a process of CFD because it wasn't that good. We were in the sugar lumps days, right, where the sugar lumps are too big and we couldn't use it very well. And then we did scale model wind tunnels 40%, and then we went to 50%. Sorry, 33%. Then we went to 40% scale wind tunnels in the Auto Research Centre, and then we had the magic super weapon of the Stuttgart wind tunnel, which you guys know about now. I'll sort that for another day. I remember the really cool thing we did at Stuttgart, which had the Germans over once. We turned up when we invented this way of moving the car in, where it was actually on little hovercrafts, so that we could move the car out. And the Germans were like, "Oh my god!" They just were completely floored because they were having to do this wires, and we were just pushing this. The English guys who came in literally pushing the car with one finger, with it hissing on these hovercrafts because we could. So anyway, coming back to it, we went and did this analysis, and I wrote a report, got reasonable cooperation from various people, and basically Zytec didn't want to talk to us because they didn't trust us. Fine. Lola were very cooperative, and Courage, we looked at it, and we basically said, right, here's the rundown. Absolute no-brainer. You want to go with a Lola. They're British. They're close to us. They're in Huntington. We're there. You know what I mean? It's a fantastic one. This, one that. You know, L over D looks really good. You know, well engineered, and I'm sure we could take that to be really good. And then the bottom one was this Courage. So it was the LC 75, I think it was, or whatever it was. Courage, and it, you know, extremely unreliable, blah 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 blah, and we definitely wouldn't recommend that. And so Robert Clark said, right, great, we've made a decision. You're going to develop the car for us, but we're not. We want you to develop a car. We're not going to let you build one yet. I know you want to build a car for us, but we don't want to do one yet. So we're going to let you develop one. I said, great. So we get on with it. He said, yeah, it's not the Lola. I said, what do you mean it's not the Lola? We just, no. We're going to buy the Lola and we're going to give it to one of our teams, and that's going to be the control team. And you're going to take the Courage because I like the look of it, and you're going to make that. That's your job. So the chassis development job is to take the worst car that we'd analysed by miles, and that's going to be your development job in 2006. So we took the two cars, we got the two cars, we bought those two cars, and we took both of them. The first job we did was that we took them to Stuttgart, put the Lola in Stuttgart. Absolutely, you know, very impressive, great adjustability, very ride height stable, just looked great in the tunnel. Impressive numbers. I don't really know what was good or bad for a sports car, but the lift over drag was very good. And then we put the Courage in, and the Courage, what was interesting was that Andretti Green were vying, because they were the best IndyCar team, they were vying to be the factory team, but there was this gentleman sports car racer called Duncan Dayton, and he was very wealthy. He had a collection, nice sports car collection, and he also had this guy Scott Sharp, who had this new tequila brand called Patron. And basically Duncan was like, you know, look, we'll do we don't know engineering, you let Wirth Research come in. It's like, so Robert says, right, so Nick, you basically have complete control over that team. It's not like an IndyCar team. You get the race engineers, you choose who you want. So guess who I got as the race engineer? Yep, Mark Hurd. So Mark Hurd, the guy I met at university, all these years later, I send him out to Connecticut, which is where Highcroft Racing are, and he starts to build Duncan starts to build the team. So I said to Robert, well, now you're going to hire a driver that I want. Well, who am I going to hire? I said, you're going to hire David Brabham. Why do I want to hire David Brabham? I said, because if you don't hire David Brabham, I'm not going to do this program. He said, Nick, I said, listen to me, Robert. If you don't hire David Brabham, I am going to pull out of this program and you go find someone else.
Wow.
And he's like, but I've heard David Brabham's a bit of a dickhead, like a bit of a difficult person. I'm like, David Brabham's my friend. David Brabham drove for me in Formula One. He is absolutely sensational, and he is the driver that I want. If you want me to develop this car, he's the guy I want to talk to. It's going to be my team. And literally, Robert said, well, what's his number? I said, well, here's his number. And he picked the phone up in front of me. He phoned David. He goes, hi, David. Good afternoon. My name's Robert Clark. Are you a dickhead? Literally, you asked David. He literally said, close to that. Like, it was. I'm sure it was like, it was just, I'm sitting there just crying with laughter. Anyway,
I am emailing David Brabham tomorrow.
Anyway, cut a long story short, David Brabham got hired. Wow. He won 1 million fucking races. He won 1 million championships. He ended up winning them all, and he deserves every bit of it because that guy is a dude. He is a stud. He is a gentleman. He is a wonderful human being.
He's brilliant.
Every single bit of success that guy has, he deserved it. But I got him into that sports car deal, and I put my everything on the line because I wanted my pal who'd stuck with me in Formula One, who'd driven my car when his driver had died, his co-driver had died, who'd got that car qualified every single time, who drove magnificently, who stood aside in 1995 when I designed a car that he should have driven. He should have carried on, and I wanted to repay him because not to repay him because I knew he would do the most amazing job, and boy was I right.
Yeah, absolutely, and
it was just fucking glorious to see something and to see him. Not, I wish it could have been my car, and you'll hear why, but to see him finally on that top step at Le Mans was a really fantastic part of my life. So anyway, we got David on board, and Duncan gets this car, and we put it in the wind tunnel, and Duncan arrives. So he's basically been told to buy this $500,000 car. We put it in the wind tunnel. The load has been in the day before, and we put it in, and within 10 seconds of them pressing the button to start the wind tunnel, we nearly had the biggest accident that's ever happened at Stuttgart, because the car was so aerodynamically unstable that it started porpoising like the Formula One cars porpoised. But when I mean porpoising, I meant as the thing was spinning up to speed, the front started moving up and down like that. And then within about 2 seconds, we started to be able to see a gap under the front tyres.
The wheels were lifting.
And basically, it got to the point where I jumped across the desk and smashed the e-stop button at the point where there was the noise in the tunnel sounded like someone was trying to smash their way in with a 10 times scale pneumatic drill. There was a 1 foot gap at the top of each oscillation underneath the front contact patches, and we were on linear sliders where we didn't have the end stops on, and it was one oscillation away from doing a backflip and going back down the tunnel at 150 miles an hour, the whole thing. I mean, this thing went like that, and then it just started going down because I'd hit the e-stop button, and all the brakes were on, smoke going off the tyres. And I turned around, and I turned around. Everyone's like in shock, and I turned around, and this Duncan Dayton is like against the back wall. Looking like this. And I'm like, yeah, you just bought that car, Duncan. Yeah.
It's yours.
So I then spent about 3 days trying to stop the car doing that, and I invented a lot of technologies and bits and pieces which actually have been quite helpful for at least one of the Formula One teams that we've mentioned in this program so far, but I shall not say when they had porpoising problems. So that was quite interesting because we solved that problem. I solved that problem in half a day. It took them about a year to solve that. But anyway, we move on. So we got that under control. This car went out on its first track test. On its first track test, it literally went on the installation lap and came back with the entire rear of the car from the driver's helmet backwards on fire. The whole of the back of the car, we were testing at Road America, it came round and the whole back of the car was on fire, and we were trying to get, Duncan was driving it, and we were trying to get Duncan out. The whole thing had burned down. Like literally, that was the installation lap of the first time they'd run the car. So this car had nearly torqued its way out of a wind tunnel, which had never been happened, and written off a $170 million wind tunnel, and had managed to catch fire. After the first test, I phoned Robert Clark up and I said, you told me this was new bodywork. I said, if you want me to fix this car, we are going to have to change every single part of the car. It's going to have to change. Listen to me, Robert. It is now July. When we are racing in March, we are going to have to change every upright, the axles, the gearbox, the nose, the radiators, the cooling system, the brake system, the steering system. Everything is going to have to change on that car. Are you ready to do that? He goes, go. He literally didn't miss a beat. I said, he said, how much is it going to be? I said, about $2 million maybe. So he said, go. Just literally didn't even need, that was where we were. And that car was the Acura 01A. And when we presented it to the ACO as the Honda Courage, the ACO said, that's it's just like there's the Courage thing in the monocoque because it's still a Courage monocoque, but like everything, literally everything, like the seatbelt mounts, the extinguishers, the only bit that was Courage was the monocoque. And they said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wirth, I'm really sorry, but we're going to have to rename this car an Acura. I went, oh no, okay.
Really?
Can I please make the call? But can you let me make the call, please? I'll phone Robert up. And Robert's like, oh my God. And then we took the car, the Acura, and of course the Acura had the first engine that was ever made in Honda's entire company history in America. And then we took it to Sebring, and then we won the first race.
Right, yeah.
And then the legend was born.
Wow. That's amazing. To go from where it was in the wind tunnel to where it got to first time out on track. Jeez. That's amazing.
Do you know what that twat Brabham did to me? And I'm going to use that word. I know that I'm going to get hammered on the internet for it, but he is. And also Mark Hurd, the bastard, they played a trick on me. So they knew what I'd done and what this thing was, and they knew about the story, and basically there's this plan that we went out at Sebring the first time we ran it, and Brabs came in, and I'm like jumping up down the front of the car, and David's like, yeah, all good, fine, yeah, just just a little bit of porpoising down the back straight, and I'm like, porpoising like that, and then he couldn't hold it. He just burst out laughing. And I went, "You bastard!" I'm literally like heard his laughing, and I said, "You planned that?" And of course, that. I mean, we were this thing. One of the things was this thing was just completely rock solid, which is one of the things about why, if you hear anyone talk about how wonderful that car was to drive, was aero stability. And it was like, I'd seen how good the Lola was, which wasn't the problem, but like it was like the Courage was so bad. It's like, I'm going to do something which is going to revolutionise sports cars, and that's how the story started. So yeah, it was that win, and then we went out, and some crazy Scottish guy called Dario Franchitti got in the car, and then he stuck it on pole position. Not just pole at NMP2, but pole
over pole
at Long Beach, and that's when the Honda. I mean, when we won, there was a guy who was the head of Acura, a guy called John Mendel, a true giant of a man. I mean, I'm a big lad, but he's like 6'8" and about 300 pounds. And I remember him picking me up and throwing me around like a rag doll when we won the first race, because it's just like Honda and Japan couldn't believe it. Just didn't it just doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
And then we stuck it on pole, and then Honda said. Robert Clark came up to me. He said, "I've got some good news and bad news." He said, it's unbelievable what you've done. Like, it's we're blown away, and I'm absolutely delighted to tell you that the board have approved. Now we're going to let you go and do a P1 car. We want you to give it your best shot of a P1 car. But we want to do that. But the deal is that we are terrified that the word on the street is, well, Honda's just come in and they're going to ruin sports car racing like they ruined IndyCar, because they're just going to spend all this money. Look what they did in IndyCar racing. They were cheating. They were testing in Germany, blah, 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 all the money. And now, look, they're going to come in, and then within 1 second, they've beaten Porsche at the first attempt, right? And then they're fucking in front. You know what I mean? Oh my God, here we go again. Money. And of course, it's bullshit, right? I mean, they didn't spend infinite amounts of money. Yeah. But Robert said, he said, you can't, just don't touch this car for the rest of the year. I don't care what it does. I know it's not that reliable. I know you haven't got quick change stuff. He said, just hold it all back. He said, give it everything for 2008. And then in 2008, we're going to let you do a P1 car for 2009. So that's the program. So you got a year and a half this P1 car. So in 2000, so we held back, and like this fucking thing, the starter motor, we didn't get the starter motor quite right on it, and like with the number of races we'd come in, and the bloody thing wouldn't start. So we had a couple of a good start to it, but it was a really painful year. And then the other thing that was obvious was that every time we hit anything, it just took too long to fix it. And I'm like, right, I've seen some, like the Audi's got this like really quick change front on it, and like so I went to Duncan's museum, had a look at that, and I'm like, right, we're gonna out Audi and Porsche. So we did the 01B. Was when we first of all we realised we figured out that there was something wrong with wind tunnel testing, and the 01B was a full CFD car. Right. So we had a really interesting thing where the late great Andy McCauley, who was my head of aero at Wirth Research, and he did so many championship and winning in Reynard champ cars. If you guys look up his history, Andy McCauley, wonderful aero guy, one of the real greats of our sport. He was really agnostic with CFD, and one day he just came up and he said, "I'm just not sure we were using CFD, this super duper CFD technology with now Wirth Research we had because of this work we're doing with the FIA. We'd got much bigger because we'd stopped using Honda, and we were doing the in-house. We had a company called Digital Flow Solutions, which ended up being absorbed by Wirth Research. But we had this set of front, what they call dive planes that are on the sports cars. You'll see them. They're quite often. They're like, if inside you, they look like a little ski ramp, like a flick. They're around the lights. They're called dive planes, right? And he said, we were developing that area, and he said, I'm just not sure about this number because we've tested this at ARC, and I didn't expect this result. And CFD says it should be absolutely fantastic, and ARC, the wind tunnel, says it's like crap or barely crap. And I'm like, okay, we're going to build that. So I went to Honda and said, I want to do a track test. There's something going on, and they said it's a fucking dive plane, Nick. They're like $50. I said, no, this is important. Let's do it. And he had Marco Andretti at the test, and basically the CFD for this dive plane, it was quite a trick, but the CFD for this dive plane said it was going to give about another 250 pounds of downforce, which balanced downforce front and rear, and it would also increase the top speed by 1.1 miles an hour or something like that. And the wind tunnel said it was going to give like 100 pounds more downforce, but slow the car down, and the balance was going to move in one particular or the other direction or the other. And we put this, and so this was a development dive plane, and we went and tested, got the whole team out to Sebring to test this one fucking part, which is tiny, and we put it on, and Marco Andretti just came in, and we looked, and he said that thing is absolutely fucking unbelievable. That is one of the most amazing things. He said it just does something to the under. There's something going on underneath the car, like because he was like a good, I don't know, 9/10 quicker. It was like a proper back to back, and the guys were looking at aero data, and the aero guys going, yeah, that's 1.2 miles an hour faster, and then the load guys were going, yeah, it was 319 pounds more downforce back. It was like absolutely. So the CFD had actually slightly underpredicted it,
Wow.
but Wind had got it completely wrong. And then Marco, I know what it's like. Marco's like, he said it's like the hand of God is pushing the car into the ground, and so they became known as the hand of God dive planes, and the hand of God dive planes were a watershed for us because we understood it unlocked something about aerodynamics, which basically then made us. I think it literally unlocked a whole new science of aerodynamics, which I don't really want to discuss too much in this program, but put it this way, there was a lot of interesting stuff going on at the front of the car, which affected the back of the car. Let's just put it that way.
Right. Okay.
And so that really read into how we designed the ARX02, because the ARX02 was this power, this whole front aero design, which affects the back, was so powerful, we didn't want it to come off in a shunt. So if you take a look at the ARX02 front dive planes, they are integrated into the front wing, and believe it or not, they have titanium edges on the outside. So if an ARX02 hit another car, it would probably chop a monocoque in half before they broke. They are literally unbreakable. So they look completely normal, but they have machined billet titanium edges. They're like something out of a James Bond film, like a tire cutter. Like basically, the aerodynamics is so critical to that car. Like they're indestructible. And
I've actually got a picture up on my screen here, and I can see what you're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Trust me, they are indestructible. But yeah, so the O2 was like, Robert's like, we can't do a diesel engine, Nick. We're a gasoline company. We can't do a diesel engine. And I'm like, well, we're fucked, because the rules, the rules have been written to bias for diesel engines. Like, they wanted to encourage Porsche and Audi to go diesel. They're trying to sell diesel road cars, and they've just literally, the diesel engines, like, according to the Honda engineers, they did the engine counts. They said they're 190 brake horsepower more than we can make. And Robert's like, well, that's what you got to deal with. And I'm like, well, that's a big ask. And he said, well, you're going to have to make a car that's big quick then. So I said, you're going to have to go all in on me again. And I said, okay. He said, yeah. I said, well, there's something I learned from Benetton in the tire war days, which is, I thought that aerodynamics was the most important thing. I thought, as I was the aerodynamicist, I was the most important guy, and it was the most important job. And Adrian and all the things I said about things, except there's a little secret. Don't tell very many people, but tires are more important than aerodynamics. Shh. Don't tell the aero guys. Yeah, tires are more important than aerodynamics. And that really was rammed home to me when Michelin and Bridgestone were in the middle of the tire war, and they were all trying to go bigger and bigger and bigger. And we had the car's weight distribution on Formula One meant that you had a wide rear tire. This was before the grooves. This is kind of, look it up. It might have been the groove days. 1996. You guys can look up. You internet sleuths will find out what kind of era that was. But there was quite a big disparity between the rear and front widths, obviously wheel widths by regulation. But our tyre supplier came up with a big front tyre, like literally like just a wider contact patch, which they supply wind tunnel model tyres for it, and we put it in the wind tunnel, and the lift over drag of the car was absolutely mullered. I mean, it ruined it literally, because you couldn't make them any wider, so just inside came in, it just fucked all the flow up to the floor. It was literally like, aero wise, it was literally 0.6 of a second slower balanced. Like literally, if you just put that on, it was 0.6 of a second slower. You go to Monza and it was basically 3/4 faster lap after lap, no question, every single time. And yet it was a 0.6 deficit in aero. And so basically the tyre advantage was so powerful that it completely overcame the aero disadvantage. And it's like, and that's why you ended up with, in the tyre wars, I think you'll remember that, like, someone was out by like 1 millimeter, and there was a banning, and they were literally, the tyres were literally square because they were using every single bit.
Wow.
And but you had to get the weight distribution right, which is why I don't know if you remember, but in the Formula One days when they did that, they used to have those ridiculously heavy front wings. They used to have ballast in the front wings to try and load up, because because they had a rear engine, right? And it's everything at the back was as light as possible. So the thing that was just glaringly obvious to me was that they'd just made a complete fuck up with the rules in sports cars, and they just simply had a maximum tyre width. They didn't say anything about front and rear. And I'm like, I must be reading this. I just couldn't believe it. But like, essentially, there was no rule that said you could not increase the width of your front tyre.
Right.
And so it's like, well, it's going to be massive. It's going to be massive. But we're going to have to design a car which has normally got a weight distribution of like, 45%. I don't know, 44% mechanically on the front axle. That was to kind of suit that was kind of the about where we were. And, you know, we might have to do a car with a weight distribution, which is like 52%, because if you've got, you know, for mechanical stability, those who understand vehicle dynamics will understand what I mean. But, you know, we'd probably have to go further than 50-50. And bearing in mind, you're talking about a 50-50 with the car with an engine, which is at the back, right? And the gearbox at the back, like, that's not easy. So that was where the idea came from, and we started researching it, and the aero disadvantage was disastrous at first, but then I found a way around it. We found a way around it, so we did this super high monocoque, crazy high. If you think the Formula One cars were high, we just cleared everything out. The Whitworth special front wishbones on the front axle. Well, we've seen that before on the Simtek, right? And all these bits and pieces. And this thing started to come together. And I said to Robert Clark, we got a problem here, chap. We're gonna, you know, you can't just put rear tires on the front. The compounds and bits and pieces, you have to have have to allow it. So typically, guys, those of you who are interested in cars, when you see Lando or whatever, these guys like lean into a corner and load up like on a really, really long radius corner like at Barcelona, they'll be sitting in the rear tire slip angle. That's the essentially the track that the tire and wheel is taking to the road. I mean, I haven't seen the latest tire data, but I guarantee you that it will be around about 4 degrees, and they'll be just sitting at that peak level and just trying to keep it there as much as possible. And the compounds and everything are designed to give you peak grip at that kind of, and the construction at that kind of slip angle. The front tire, however, because they're using it to control the vehicle, that also, if you've got a really, really good car, like McLaren's really very good at the moment through those, particularly through the high-speed corners or whatever, you know, you might also be asking the tire to take that 4 degrees angle slip, but occasionally, you know, they'll get a gust of wind or whatever, they'll need to correct it. And typically what you need is you typically need a front compounded construction on a tire which has what's called a wider slip angle range than another. So what on a rear tire, you really are, you can get to have a tire where the peak grip gets to, as you wind up slip angle. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way for you guys. So as you wind up slip angle, the side of the tire force goes up and up and up, and then you kind of get to this point, and then it kind of rolls off. And you can have quite a sharp roll off. You don't want it too sharp because then it gets kind of quite snappy, and you know, it's nice when it's kind of round and the guys can kind of they've got this window in which they can kind of maneuver it and feel it. But all the time they're doing quite a lot of correction with the front tires, and you really need a front tire where the load profile comes up and you have kind of like a plateau, so that you know, if they need a bit more from the front, it doesn't just go and understeer, right? If you know, you've all felt that, like if you're on a wet road and you suddenly turn the wheel and this horrible thing that goes and it just doesn't go, right? That you know, what you want is a car where, you know, it might scrub a bit more, but it gives you a bit more. So you just need that characteristic. And so it's like, we're going to need Michelin. We're going to need Michelin.
Right.
But I don't want to do this and give them, because someone might copy us. So it's like, well, okay, we're going to, how late are we going to do this? And so Robert and I had a bit of a game, and we decided we're going to do July. It was Lime Rock race. I think it was July 2008 was when we told Michelin that the car that we're going to run with them, because they had signed up to be our LMP. They wanted to come to the mall. They were with Honda. We just hadn't told them that we'd done this crazy thing. And the car was going to be rolled out in November, and we told them in July. So we told them that long, because I just said, I'm going to bet that they're going to be able to make a new. They're going to be able to use the rear mold, put the front rubber on it. That was my gut feel, and that meeting where we told Michelin, we presented to them, this is the new NMP1 concept, and it's got the same front rear tires like the Michelin, and then, but the top guy, Francois Andre, he was just so awesome. Like all the other guys, oh my God, but have you thought it could aquaplane? And he's going, no, don't be silly. Nick's just explained that, they're moving the weight distribution forward, and therefore it's not great, you know what I mean? And then another one goes, oh my God, and he's going, and then he say, but look, we're doing lots of race series with cars, you know what I mean? Like, and it was just so fucking cool. Yeah. And gradually do it, and then they were like, can we can Nick's got that simulation, isn't it? I tell you what, we'll do the tire development in the simulator. So then we're at this thing where it's just so unbelievable to tell this story to people. It's so unbelievable to tell this story, and it may be difficult for people to relate, but I am telling you guys that on the Acura O2A program, we were tyre testing with Gilles de Ferran and David Brabham, a group of Michelin tyre test engineers, a group of Honda chassis engineers on the simulator, and developing the tyres 7 months before the car was built. So I'm going to say that again. We had the level of technology we had at Wirth Research was such that we had a digital simulator model of the O2A, which was this wacky, crazy, equal weight distribution, L over D monster. I mean, the lift coefficient of that car, when I was telling it to Andrea Stella, and he's like, that's a big number. Like talking about it earlier or last year, and he was like, and Pete Strome was like, shit, that is a really big number, because it was commemorating Gilles' death, and the car was alongside Gilles' championship winning car and all them class. And Zach was pretty interested in it, and I'm like, this is what the lift coefficient was, and they're going, well, that's quite a bit more than we are right now. And I'm like, yeah, that's about. They're like, yeah, that is a bit. Yeah, lift coefficient of over 10 is quite a big number.
Wow.
Anyway,
wow.
Yeah, so we were doing this testing, and I was standing outside having a cigarette. And I have to say, I shan't say who it was with, but we were just having a cigarette, and we're outside, and we were literally pinching ourselves, going, is this actually, you know what I mean? Because the driver's going, right, you're at a circuit, you're literally attracted, having a debrief and bits and pieces. So we've done it before, but to do it on something that didn't exist, had never been built, optimizing shit, it was it was just, and this was 2008. So we're now getting on to a long time ago. It's getting on to nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah, 17, 18 years.
Yeah. So you saw that video I sent you. And
yes.
That was kind of the era of it, and it was pretty special. But yeah, when that car, and I drove, and we went to Lime Rock. We were at, when Gilles started his team at Miller Motorsports Park, and he won, in 2000, I think he started in 2008, and I just said to him, Gilles, I'm going to bring a car here next year, and it is going to be so fast. You just, and he knew about it, and that race, the year we brought the O2A there, we won the LMP2 class with the sensational O1B. I mean, the O1B is a truly great car. Because it has such a wide driving window, and it beat the Porsche Spiders and bits and pieces like that. The O2A won the LMP1 class in that race, and it lapped the O1B 3 times.
Jeez.
The Miller Motorsports Park is a 22 corner track, and our super hyper fast LMP2 car got lapped 3 times by Gilles' O2A. The O2A was it was the best car I ever did. There are so many innovations on that car which have echoes through to today. We changed sports cars forever with that car. So all the sports cars went equal front tires after that. We created the swan neck wing mount on the front and the rear wings, which I've just seen everywhere. We had a power steering system on that car, which was so sophisticated. It's non-electronic, you weren't allowed to do it, but we had the power assist levels for that car were astronomical. So we had, to give you an idea about how light that car was and how we had to get the weight distribution, we had what's called a comedy floor on it. So you've heard about the Hand of God dive planes. Now I'm going to tell you, because we're going to stop now because I'm going to die and your audience are all gone, either skeletalized or fossilized. But we had a comedy floor on that car, and the reason it was called the comedy floor was that the front part of the floor weighed 170 kilograms. I'll say that again. The front part of the floor weighed 170 kilograms. So it's the bit like on a Formula One car, you see the bib of a car, which kind of sticks. You have the monocoque, and there's like on the older Formula One cars, you can kind of see them a bit more like
it's like behind the front, yeah.
So we had
the bit the Red Bull were pulled up for, yeah.
I had our sports car had a bib, but to get the weight distribution, because the car was so light, it was 170 kilos. and so basically the reason it was called a comedy floor was something, the P2 car someone would carry it out, and the P1 car, it would like take 8 mechanics to move it out and move it into place, because it was just like, and trust me, I mounted it in such a way that it could never, in the biggest impact, it could not come off, because if that came off, that would have been like, it would have killed Marshall's crowd. I've been there. That car, the power steering system on that car, the normal level of assist on the P2 car was basically the power steering would give 40% at full grunt. It would develop 40% of the torque required for the kind of power steering system. That's the LMP2 car. So like, if you lost power steering, it's fucking heavy, right? But so the driver, if it needs 100% load, right, the driver supplies 60, right, and the power steering supplies 40. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On the O2A, the power assist was 94%.
Jeez, well, it had to be.
So basically, the driver put in the requisite amount of torque, normal amount of torque that was required on a P2 car, and because of the tire sizes and the tire geometry and basically the rear tires, you needed to give 94% extra grunt, but also I had to find a way to be able to give feel. You got to be able to give, with that amount of assist, you got to feel what the tires were doing, right? And that was, that was really interesting. It had some really interesting technology on it. I think Scott Dixon chats about what happens when the power steering didn't work on the car.
Yes, he said yes.
It
may have damaged it a bit.
You just couldn't move it. It was amazing. As I say, it's changed everything. The way we did the bravery of Honda, the fun of the secrecy with Michelin, and the fact that the fucking thing went out and got pole position at Sebring on its first race against those monster diesels, and it won 8 out of 10 races. It had aluminium beryllium uprights. It had titanium torsion bars. It had it was like a Formula One car, but a strong one. And we never got the chance to take to Le Mans. It was by the grace of God that it was allowed to run that year, because that was the year everything shut down. So the Lehman shock killed that program. It killed Brawn, or it killed America. It created Brawn and the Honda, the amazing Honda that was being developed.
Yeah.
Mercedes engine in, well, the rest is history.
Yes.
That was shut down. Wow. But the P1 cars were so excited about them, and it was so personal to them. The board let them run for 1 year. So everything else was shut. The superbikes, American superbikes, I mean, no one shuts American. I mean, Honda, they 1 year. And thank God they had that 1 year, because it was a beautiful thing.
Wow.
It was a beautiful thing. And that was the precursor to Virgin. Wow. Anyway, I hope it's been interesting.
Absolutely.
Fun technical stories, and there's lots more technical I could have got. I hope.
Yes. Yeah. But no, it's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, I've absolutely loved it. I mean, this is one of the reasons I wanted to get you on here, just to hear about all the stuff that we don't see and we don't know about or don't understand, and it shuts down all the people that get all mouthy on the internet, and by knowing all the bits, by knowing it all. Absolutely loved it. And there's still, I've just seen there's 281 people still cheering. It's fantastic. You guys
are crazy.
No, this is what we did when we get proper guests on who know what they're talking about. I love it.
Well, when you get one of them, tell me and I'll come and listen to him.
Yeah, too much. I mean, someone did say, what was the best car you've worked on? I mean, you obviously spoke about it. And my last question was going to be, what are you most proud of what you've done in the motorsport world? But it sounds like it might be that. It sounds like we're getting to that one, maybe. Unless you can't just pick just one, of course.
No, in the motorsport world, it's difficult. I hope tonight people it's really a really good question. I've not often lost for words. It's a bit like asking which one's your favourite child.
Yeah, who you're more proud of. Yeah.
I'm going to expand this and leave you guys with something that none of you know, which I'm really proud of. And so I'm going to expand it out to an automotive question. So let me answer that in an automotive sense. What am I most proud of automotively? So I would say the most significant car and the biggest contribution I've made to motorsport has been the 02A.
Yeah.
It was my masterpiece at that time.
Yeah.
I think the Simtek 95 car was a glimpse of what my career could have been like in Formula One if I'd have followed a different path and I'd been given support like Adrian had been given support and not been in the wrong team and politics and bits and pieces like that. Sure. I think that gave a glimpse of what I could have done. I think what that 94 car and coming from nowhere and defying all the odds and dealing with the tragedies of Roland and that's really special. You know what I mean? It's not technically that advanced, but it was good enough.
Yeah.
And also it saved Andrea Montermini's life. I don't think there's many other cars that could have done that. It was too heavy. The car was 20 kilos overweight, and the monocoque was where the weight was, and I think that's probably what saved Andrea's life. I've seen photographs of other cars, and we've all seen the ones I'm talking about with really big shunts where they've broken in half and driver strapped to seat back bulkheads and horrible things like that I don't really want to put into people's minds. But I'm proud that he walked away from that. But the biggest thing I think I've ever done, I'm going to tell you guys today, and nobody's ever heard this before. And it was a little project I did for Max Mosley when he asked me, when I was doing RoboScience, to help put every bit of effort I could come up with onto trying to use motorsport technology to improve road car safety. And I said, and he asked me to write a roadmap to what would be a fully autonomous car. This was in the year 2000. And he said, can you write me a roadmap for the future as when the first fully autonomous car will drive the roads? And I wrote this paper, and I said that the first fully autonomous cars will be around 2035. That's my prediction. And I explained about LiDARs and bits and pieces and all these bits and pieces. And he said, okay. And I started looking at various different technologies that I could accelerate. And there was something that really bugged me, because I kept on looking at crash test data. And every time I looked at it, this system that had been developed by Mercedes to stop their A-Class falling over when avoiding elk. In other words, the double lane change maneuver when the A-Classes used to flip over. They developed this technology called ESC, or electronic stability control. And essentially it was a technology which used the anti-lock brakes of road cars to essentially, using a yaw gyro like a kid's toy. If you spin a gyro in a car and the car moves around, the gyro stays kind of where it is, and you can use that type of technology to kind of work out the rate at which cars are turning. That's what I mean by yaw gyro, for those who aren't familiar with it. So basically what the Germans very cleverly did with the A-Class ESC system was they basically used the anti-lock brakes to control the vehicle's direction independent of the steering wheel. And you go, Nick, what the hell are you talking about? You turn the steering wheel out. But no, guys, think about a toboggan, right? You're on a toboggan, you're going down a hill with both your feet in the air, and you want to turn one direction. You put one foot in the ground, and your foot digs in and the thing slides. And that is essentially what ESC does. It uses braking on the left wheels or the right wheels to create a force like your foot in the ground to steer. Okay. And what ESC was designed to stop A-Classes flipping over, because it's a bit like, you turn one way, you turn another, and they go yeah, and flip over. And basically what ESC did was it went and sort of stopped that flipping over, and that's kind of where ESC came from. And then they started putting it on high-class cars because they found that when you had ESC on a big car and you're in the snow, or you got a bit of all of a sudden the thing snapped on you like a normal car did. All of a sudden, this thing would go and straighten it up, and it's like, ooh, this is good. And so it was a feature. You could order a C-Class, and you could say an upgrade is you can have electronic stability because it's stable. And I looked at the data, and I looked, and I just couldn't believe it because it's absolutely plain as day. The accident data or the injury data from cars with ESC was mind-blowingly smaller than cars without ESC. Like literally mind-blowing. And what's more, the number of almost all of the reasons were that the number of side impacts that people were having, crashes where you have a side impact, which is typically where you might end up banging your head against a window or a broken neck or some horrible injury, whatever. A road car, when you go straight into something, that is where everything works perfectly. You've got all your crumple zones, your impact structures, everything is in the right direction. Your seatbelt's working right. It's really good. And then more latterly, we've had an airbag pop out at the last moment. But, this stuff, it's like, no, this is so big. It's bigger than an airbag. And Max is like, what do you mean it's bigger? I said, Max, look at the data. This is, and we're digging and digging and digging. And basically, he said, well, how much is it going to cost? I said, I think it's going to cost like £5. He said, you joke? I said, I'm not joking. It's a fucking yaw gyro. Like if you've got ABS, you've got everything on the car, and they probably got a yaw gyro in there. So this is just bullshit. And he went and basically he got the law changed. So he caused a massive fuss like Max does, and he got the law changed, and now ESC for many years has been fitted as standard. And I can tell you that I can tell you that the length of time that has happened, and from when I did that, there's 50,000 people alive in the EU today that wouldn't be alive because of something I did. 50,000.
Wow.
And that makes me, this is the first time I've ever told that story. It won't be on my gravestone, but that is the thing that I am the most proud of.
Absolutely.
I've never got thanked for it. I've never got a letter for it, but that thing and the fact that Max got it done is one of the reasons why he got the Légion d'honneur in France, because of his work on road safety. Forget all the other bits and pieces. He was absolutely legendary, and he made that happen. And there's a lot of people, possibly some people listening to this program, who don't know that they're actually around because of things like that happened, and I'm just pleased to be part of it. So that's the thing that I'm the most proud of.
Wow, absolutely right. Obviously, we love motorsport and everything within it, but in the bigger picture, that's far more important than anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, and safety is a big thing. If you want to see about what the effect of seeing a driver die in your car is, why don't you go look up? You guys go and type in Scott Sharp Acura crash Petit Le Mans, and you guys will find a 2-minute video of what happens when when one of my cars, designed and built by a guy who's had people die in their cars, what happens when you really try hard and you've got a comedy floor on that car and all the bits and pieces.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And you're going to see how he can walk away from things, and that makes me pretty proud as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for everybody for listening to me ramble on. There's a lot more to talk about because we've missed 16 years between that and what we're doing now. But anyway, I hope it's been fun for you guys, and I really appreciate you asking me on.
No, it's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, I knew it was going to be good. I admitted to my friends that I was a bit nervous about talking to you because of who you are and what you've done. But it's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, firstly, guys, thank you everyone for all the comments. They're still coming in. Thank you very much, everyone. And everyone is just saying thank you, Mr. Wirth, in big capital letters.
Thank you, guys.
So, guys, thank you for the support. Nick, thank you so much for your time. I'd love to cover the other 16 years as well someday. And not only that, thank you for everything that you've done within motorsport and out with motorsport as well.
No problem at all. There's another conversation to be had, but I've worked for 16 years on stuff I was lucky enough to be asked by NASA to work on their Mars rovers. So there's in 2012. Yeah, it's another story. So I was working on the Curiosity project at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, and I got to learn about the environment and what we're doing to the planet. And that's one of the reasons that I focus all of my efforts nowadays on energy saving and trying to make things more interesting. But all of the things that I've been doing in the last 16 years, I consider to be a gift from motorsport. So a gift from motorsport was that thing from ESC, because luckily I've had a career where I've learned about things and been lucky enough to meet people and have the breaks and be smart enough and all the other bits and pieces just to do these things. And I feel that this part of my life and the rest that I have on this earth is trying to give as much back from motorsport, because motorsport is the most amazing thing. We talked earlier on about R.J. Mitchell and the fact that sport, in that case, air racing, could have possibly saved our country. And keep a lookout on some things that are going to come out in the next few years, because there's some pretty big stuff we're working on, and I think a bit like the quadcopter thing I told you about. I think there's a few things out there already which I don't think people quite realise how significant and they're important they're going to be for the world, and they were designed in Britain by us using motorsport technology. And then the final project that I keep alluding to, which is so exciting, that will be the funnest one of all, and that'll be in Jules' memory, and we'll hopefully talk to you guys about that in about a year or two's time, and boy, you won't be disappointed. It's a hell of a thing.
Love that.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for your time.
I'm looking forward to it already, and I just love that. I think that's a great way to end, isn't it? Saying that what you're doing now is a gift from motorsport, because
it is.
That's another reason why we love it all, isn't it?
It is.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Guys, thank you so much for all your support, for your time, and for the comments and questions and everything else. And once again, biggest thanks go to you, Nick. Thank you so much for your time. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.